Okay, fam, I'm here. Oh, golly. Golly gee whiz. Apologies, I could not find my glasses at all. I could not find them, and then it turns out Lachlan stashed them somewhere, so I'm here now. But if I don't wear glasses through this, I have like a terrible migraine by the end of it. It's like a whole thing. It's a whole thing, because I used to think having a terrible headache after like reading a book or looking at your computer for a while, I thought that was just normal. I thought that's just how people lived. Then I went to an eye doctor and he's like, no, that's not normal. You should not have a splitting head migraine after reading for 45 minutes. I just thought during high school, everybody felt like that. So I was like, well, I guess it is what it is. Brains just do that, but no, it's not normal. I encourage you, if you have that same feeling, you go to the eye doctor and you'll be pleasantly surprised. You'll get glasses and then all of a sudden you can read for extended periods and it won't give you a migraine, which is great. Have I thought about LASIK? I don't know. I think it was Nikki's mom. She got LASIK and it didn't work at all and actually made her night driving like next to impossible. She can't drive at night super safely. And so granted it's one anecdotal case, but like it was a pretty extreme one. She went from like, oh, my vision's not the best, but I'll get LASIK because I can, to all of a sudden I can't drive at night because the LASIK thing screwed up. It didn't work, which blows. I don't want that to happen to me. Especially like, it's not that big of a deal to just put on your glasses, you know? It's not that big of a deal. It's really not. Granted, you have to find them. That was my problem this morning. Okay. How's everybody doing? That sucks. LASIK has been a game changer. That's good. I mean, that's the thing. I have one example in my immediate family of it going like kind of poorly, but there are millions of cases of it going well. So you just have to remember that. Like, one example does not conclusively prove one way or the other what's happening. So yeah. What do you think of the kid on the plane who's killed by me? The problem, SH, is that Suicide Squad has a lot more problems than just one story element. Like, even if the story were phenomenal, it's still like a 9 to 10 hour campaign with 2.5 hours of gameplay that's just repeated over and over again. So the variety is non-existent. And beyond that, it's like, it's built around seasons to add more content, but you get 4 of those in a year, and most likely those seasons add maybe a new character and a playable area in an Elseworld, and possibly a new archetype for endgame mission, but that's probably pretty unlikely because they haven't shown anything like that. So all told, like, it's not, it just has a lot of problems. This is one of those cases where one thing doesn't fix it. And the other thing is that because it's a live service game, if it doesn't command a certain player level, it just cannot perform long term. Like, you have to have a certain number of thousands and thousands of players active in your game consistently in order for it to be a viable live service game and justify having an entire company dedicated to keeping it alive. And already we're not really seeing that. And speaking of, I guess here's what we can do, Jake. New segment, okay? This is clickbait central. Are you ready? Luke was wrong about Suicide Squad. I grant you, I was wrong about Suicide Squad. I was wrong and off by a factor of like 3 or 4. Okay? I was uber wrong with one of these things we were talking about. If you guys remember during the podcast last week, me and Joraptor made a series of predictions on what we thought the certain levels of player numbers would be like. I said I thought that this game could get to like 35, 50,000 concurrent players during its like first weekend. Because I was like, I think a lot of people are going to buy it, are going to try it, probably end up refunding it, but I do think a lot of people will try it just out of raw curiosity. I thought, even if it's bad, there's still people that want to see how bad it is, you know? And that's been the tale for many of these games. Forspoken notably had like a ton of people that tried playing it and then ended up refunding it immediately, but they were just interested in seeing the dumpster fire, right? Well, that's not what's happened at all. Oh, God damn it, I pressed the wrong button again. Okay, that's not what happened at all. You ready? These are the peak player numbers through SteamDB. Its all-time peak was 13,459, and that was on Saturday. And that's roughly when we thought that this would peak. I thought it was going to reach its all-time peak around this time, but I thought this number could be upwards of like 50,000. My worst case scenario, I think, was 34. Excuse me. That's what I said to Joraptor at the end of the podcast. I was like, yeah, 34, I think is my number. He said 25. So even Joraptor's very conservative estimate was off by half. I mean, he doubled the number that they ended up achieving. So only 13,000. These are, some people have been pointing to owner estimations. These are really, really flimsy until you're like a month or two out. Then it's a pretty good idea. But even if this range of 50 to 85,000 units on Steam is like gigaflop territory. Now, a lot of people could be playing on console. That's true. But the reason that I think it's important to reference this is like, remember this, all-time peak of 13, okay? All-time peak of 13. You remember Marvel's Avengers. Not Lego Marvel's Avengers. Marvel's Avengers. They had an all-time peak of 31,000. And this game is dead as hell. Okay? Like, this game is giga dead. Like, not even a little dead. Like, not even mostly dead. This is all dead. And this, unfortunately, seems to be the future for Suicide Squad. If they can't even get to 31,000 to what these guys did 4 years ago, and I think that Marvel's Avengers was fighting a tougher uphill battle than Suicide Squad has been, because Suicide Squad, I think, still looks really good in trailers. It presents really well. But what seems to be happening is that people are looking at it and are just simply deciding that they don't even want to spend their time trying it, which is pretty rare for a game that doesn't generate any sort of buzz like that or interest like that. To just put this in perspective, the numbers are comparable to Forspoken, okay? 58 in game. Granted, this is not a live service game, so I don't think it's directly comparable. I don't think you can say, look, it's 1-to-1. But we're just talking about like similar levels of success and scale. That's where we're sitting right now. And if you compare it to, I don't know what like a successful live service game recently has been. I mean, I wonder, no, Anthem was through EA, so that won't appear. But Gotham Knights, even like the most directly comparable DC game, Gotham Knights achieved 24. And that wasn't a live service game. I grant you that. It was not. But that was a game that a lot of people were playing for the first weekend to try it. And then it dropped off pretty steeply once people finished it. And then the numbers have been pretty low ever since. But it's a single player game. So once people have played it, they've played it. Like they know what they're doing. But all told, it is tough. Grand Blue is up pretty high. Grand Blue Fantasy Relink. They're at 69 giggity thousand and all-time peak of 114. Yeah. It's another affirmation that you can't just come out with a live service game and expect people to just throw money at you. You have to earn people's respect, and live service games are a major commitment. And I think that that's something executives just seemingly don't understand because they aren't gamers. Like the people making these decisions to greenlight these projects, they're not the people playing it, that they're not. It's the one thing you can say about like Phil Spencer is at least he's a gamer. Sean Layden, I think Sean Layden was a gamer, but even Reggie Fils-Aimé, I think, was a gamer. I don't think any of the executives at Warner Brothers are gamers. I don't think so. Like, do you really think they're going back home and booting up Destiny or something? Like, I don't think so. So I just think it's kind of a mess. As for this, it's too bad. I was expecting it to do kind of poorly. I did not expect it to do this overwhelmingly poorly. Now, the fans of the game are pointing to one saving grace, and they're like, look, Luke. It has very positive reviews on Steam. It does currently have that listed. Steam instituted a new review bombing policy that basically goes in and tries to prevent review bombing. They try to test and see if somebody is likely to come in and drop a bunch of negative reviews that can flag it. My understanding is that if there's a series of reviews that are under a certain play threshold or playtime threshold, or if they refund their game for a particular reason, then their review won't show up in the regular thing or batch and grouping. And there's apparently a way to turn it off and open it up so that you can see it. I haven't figured out how to do it, but I mean, you can scale the playtime. If you go shorter play times, because most review bombers would be under 2 hours, right? Of here, only 353 reviews match. I find it really hard to believe that only 350 people have tried the game and then tried to leave a review after not being satisfied. So I think there's reviews probably being flagged for review bombing. So be it. I mean, it doesn't really matter. For a game this big that's $70, a AAA thing, to only have 2,600 reviews showing at this point, that should be sus enough for people. But, if you have to hang your hat on the Steam review post review bomb flagging, then I think you're grasping at straws. It's also worth noting that a lot of the reviews are from Keys in the top right of the review. Green Man Gaming has Suicide Squad on a 20% sale. Yeah, so that is one thing you can tell. They'll have flags on reviews if they, for example, receive the game for free or through a key, or if they refunded it, you can see that's marked here. And so this person, 0.4 hours in, just no. And then 1.7 hours in, worst optimization as of now. And so you can kind of sift through them a little bit there. All told, either, like what I'm seeing from the Steam DB stats is that it seems to me it's just that people are not even bothering to try it. I thought people would try it out of morbid curiosity and then refund it, which, it's what refunds are there for. For you to try something, and if it isn't what you thought it would be or isn't good, you can refund it, get your money back. It's why refunds are there. However, it just seems that apparently nobody cares. Nobody's that interested, which is surprising to me. Because I guess it's just an example of people being burnt out. There's people saying on here that they're deleting reviews. They're literally deleting reviews. There were over 7,000 reviews as of the 3rd of February, 2024 morning, and now it's currently down to 1.7. Shameful. There is something, so like you can see it lists very positive 2,600 reviews, but you can see there are 4,100. And if I clear and reset all of these, so showing 4,100, but the overall review score is only showing 2,600 of those 4,100, you know? But then this one says 85% of the 4,100 are positive. So it just seems like I don't know how they're calculating it or what they're filtering in and out in this number for 2,600, or if this is actually 4,100, but it's glitching out. I don't know. I will say, like, if you go to just the regular reviews, there are some very funny, very funny reviews in here. And honestly, there are a lot of like negative reviews. Yeah, you see Key. That's funny. So a lot of these people are not even necessarily buying it straight through the official portals. That's just funny. Yeah. Like this person recommends it, wait for a discount. It's like there's a lot of people that want to like it but can't recommend it at that price, and so they're giving it a thumbs up, a positive review, but they say don't buy it, which I just find funny. So yeah, I think it's one of those games that instead of kind of succeeding and benefiting from its controversy, it just seems like people in general are burnt out and uninterested largely, and so it just is what it is. Maybe it sees a resurgence at season 1 and people try it again and they're like, oh, actually this is really good. I don't know. Maybe that happens. As of right now though, it seems that there is not enough players. I don't think, if they're not reaching numbers that were achieved by Marvel's Avengers, how can this be a successful live service game, but that's not? I don't know. I don't know how that maths. I don't think it does. I think that they are screwed if they can't get there. So we'll see kind of how the cookie crumbles in the coming weeks, months, and maybe even years. But as of right now, I would not be expecting this to last very long, which is just... I love Rocksteady, but I don't think I love the Rocksteady of today. I think the Rocksteady I fell in love with is gone. It's like those old high school memes. It's like, you don't love me. You love the idea of me. Except it's Rocksteady. You don't love Rocksteady. You love the idea of Rocksteady, of what they used to be. That's me. I love what they used to be, not what they are. It's like BioWare. Yeah, maybe they can make a resurgence. Maybe they come back swinging and they just casually drop Batman Arkham Redemption. And it's just like straight up sorry for all that, and then they get back on the horse and figure it out. If they did that, I think the community would welcome them back with open arms, but as of right now, it's just I don't think it can be I don't see how Suicide Squad digs itself out of this. It's gotten a lot of negative attention, and like I said at the top of all of this like months ago, the worst thing for a live service game is to have players that just don't care. Even if you have players that kind of hate on the game, at least you're talking about it. At least you get some press. It seems like with the player numbers we're seeing, nobody really cares. Everybody's just bored of it, and so they're looking to move on. You know, Starfield for months, we were able to talk about that game. That's why I said it was basically a lolcow of video games, where people just liked to talk about it or talk about why it sucked or was stupid almost more than they liked playing it. You know, it was very interesting, a very interesting phenomenon. And with Suicide Squad, I think it's just an example of somebody being just exhausted. Everybody just wants to move on and talk about something else, you know? So they're deleting negative reviews on Steam. I don't know if they're deleting them. I think that they're filtering them in those calculations because it's the anti-review bombing thing. Eventually that trigger will lift, and then you'll start to see the raw reviews come in, and so I wouldn't expect it to keep at this level for very long, I don't think. So yeah, just so everybody knows as well, we ask you don't do all caps in the chat, because then when I read it, I want to yell everything, and then that gets really awkward for everyone watching, because I'll just start reading a comment and just be like, hey, you know, it's it just gets awkward. So no caps, or the mods will have to time you out. Okay. Thank you guys. Also, OG, thank you for becoming a member. Appreciate you. Tenacious Beagle, thank you for the super chat. How are we going to Valhallafy Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League? Valhallafying it would just be to have 100 hours of like semi-varied content, but just 100 hours of stuff that is not different enough to really feel distinct. Like even a really good game after 100 plus hours can start to get a little old. Okay. Even like Baldur's Gate 3, people will play it for 100 plus hours and be like, my next run, I'm going to do it differently. Cause they'll take a different character, or they'll go play as a wizard instead of barbarian to shake it up. Right. Or they'll do a Dark Urge playthrough and go all evil. So it's basically a different game, right? Nobody's going to play the game in the exact same way. Okay, not nobody. Most people aren't going to play the game exactly the same for 100 hours and then 100 hours again, and then 100 hours again. They're going to shake it up. And so for Valhalla, it just got really old very quickly. And then they did that. They're like, okay, after 30 hours, you're kind of tired of how things are. Okay, we're going to do that 3 more times. It just is what it is. SkillUp suggests that they backtrack the free DLC to cover those costs. Do you think they could do that? Because Avengers didn't even do that. I don't. So he's suggesting they backtrack, they charge for the DLC. Is that what you mean? Yep. So he's suggesting they charge for the DLC. I don't think, here's the thing. I don't think there's enough content in those DLC to justify charging for it, which is why they're offering it for free. Because everything they've shown so far is like a playable character and then an arena. That's basically the DLC. And then maybe like 10 minutes of cutscenes introducing the playable character. But I really think that that's it. And then probably a new Brainiac fight that's just a reskin of the Green Lantern fight, or a reskin of the Batman fight, or this or that. Like, I don't think that they're actually going to do a whole lot of varied content. So he mentioned something like a subscription. I just think if you're already struggling to beat day one player numbers for Marvel's Avengers, and you're barely beating Forspoken's Steam numbers, I think you're struggling. Like, I don't think announcing, hey, remember we said we're going to give you guys stuff for free? We're going to charge you for it now. I think people, like even the hardcore fans now, are going to bail. There are people that are like fanboys of Suicide Squad. There was one guy that sent me an email and he was like, lol, so you don't like Suicide Squad and yet you go on to play it for hours and make videos on it. Okay, hypocrite. It's like, do you understand what like a game reviewer does? Like, what are you talking about? It's like, oh, you played the game you were going to review and then you talked about it. Hypocrite. Got you. It was so stupid. I was gonna reply and just, be like, baby, you want a bottle or something, but I was like, yeah, no, let's just let him wallow in his squalor. That's it. Damn, get email, Luke. I know, right? The OG Counter-Strike from 2000 has more players than Suicide Squad. I'm shocked that it's still playable. That's amazing. Oh, man. Okay. So what we're going to do. Oh, yeah. Brokey. Yeah, that was the other thing. On the first day of early access for Suicide Squad, there was a guy on Twitch, and we found him on Twitch, but he had been posting to Twitter, and I recognized he had the same profile picture. And we looked at him in his chat, and like his whole thing on Twitter was, he's like, if you don't want to play Suicide Squad, just admit that you're broke. And I was like, dude, it's another level of hype to be so into a game before it's even out. Bear in mind, he was doing this while he was locked out of the game since the servers were broken. And, during the 72-hour early access period that he paid for. But then he goes and is like, if you don't like the game, you're therefore broke. I'm like, bro, we are digging in deep right now. We're digging in deep. Gum, let me see. Did it, hold on. I think I found a way to have all of the events pulled up for the streams so I can see everything that happens. Activity feed, here we go. No, but that one did not work. Crap. Well, crap. Why is it not showing? Did it play on stream, Gum? And like the audio just didn't work? I have the audio turned on. Yeah, it's not listing it under events. Like, I don't know why. It just doesn't list it. I don't know. Shut up with no audio? Okay, weird. What did you say? Let me I'll keep trying to find it. Maybe it's through Streamlabs. Let me look over here. What did it say? And I can respond to it now. I don't know why it didn't play the audio. That's really weird. Okay. While you type that out, Gum, I will do this. We're also going, I have to issue a correction. Your boy pissed off some people on Reddit, which, as you guys know, is like the worst thing you can possibly do. Like the worst thing. Oh, here it is. Hold on. I think I can send it through again. Refund, ban. No, don't ban. Okay, maybe I can't. Okay, well, here's what it says. You think the failure of this game, Sony will back out of multiplayer games and just focus on single player games. I do think that there is going to be a sort of shift in approach, and we're already kind of seeing it, I think. Just the fact that they let Naughty Dog off the hook for The Last of Us Online, I think shows that they are very worried about like long-term brand damage from this. And then I also think they're worried just about the odds of one of these live service games being successful. Of course, something like Helldivers 2, that, you know, they might have a post-launch plan that makes it more profitable. They're launching on PC, I believe, day one, so that's going to help. So there's a lot of interesting stuff. So I don't know. It's going to be interesting, but I do think that Sony, under new management, now that Jim Ryan's out, I think that they're going to try to shift a little bit more towards the like maybe single player thing, and then it's the old school way of doing things. Like you have the single player game, and then you do a Ghost of Tsushima multiplayer mode they bring after launch. So you get all the goodwill from the single player game that's awesome, just like Rockstar does, and then you bring a multiplayer game after the fact, and you get to benefit from the secondhand monetization there, but you didn't have to deal with any of the negativity surrounding that multiplayer marketing stuff before the game comes out. You know, I think that would be a better way of doing it, and I think you would avoid most of the drama and just get the benefits of all this other stuff. Oh, my dad just saw a Cybertruck out in public driving around. That's funny. Huh. So they are out there. That's funny. Anyway. Yeah, the recent dabble into roguelites is awesome. Yeah, and I think they realize that roguelites also bring a lot of, like, they bring a lot of attention and long-term player repetition to the game, and it's relatively low effort compared to a full multiplayer game. Relatively just meaning when you look at a live service Suicide Squad type game, super freaking expensive to make, takes forever apparently, compared to, like, you know, God of War Ragnarok Valhalla. That is a much more straightforward thing to offer. You just take the base combat and then create this dynamic system for playing and giving combat encounters. Same with The Last of Us. What was it? No survival or no, what was the roguelike mode called in that? I don't remember. Something like that. Whatever the live service or roguelike mode in The Last of Us Part 2 Remastered was. No Return. That's it. No Return. Thank you, my friends. DevSo coming in clutch with that. And Kinomansky. Yeah, and I thought that was really good. I thought that was a really good roguelike mode. Really fun. And if you want to crank it, it gets damn hard, I'll tell you what. I got Avatar for free with the RX 7800 XT and was stunned by the visual fidelity of the game while also running reasonably well. That alone hyped me up a bit for Outlaws. Yeah, it really seems to be, well, I think it's one of the most visually impressive games in recent memory, specifically with environments. It has a lot of other problems, but it shows that Ubisoft has been pouring a lot of money into engine enhancements, and I think that was very evident if you've played that game. It was never going to work to turn Factions 2 into a live service game. I think it could have worked, but like they said, it would have turned the entire studio into a live service support studio. And I think Neil and I always forget the name of the president, Evan Wells, I think, something like that. But I think that those heads of Naughty Dog went to Sony and PlayStation and just said, look, even if this works, you're never getting a Last of Us game again. You're never getting a new Uncharted type series. You're never getting those best of the generation, most impressive game of the year type titles to showcase your consoles ever again, because the whole team will just be doing live service support. And I think they just went to executives and said, so it's up to you. I mean, you guys own us. You can kind of put your hand on the scale, pushing it one way or the other, but that's what it's going to be. And you just have to pick what you want. And I think that they looked at it, and after some evaluations, realizing how expensive it was going to be and how it still might not turn a profit or be reasonable and successful, they just said, okay, we'll just cut our losses. And I don't think it was a mistake that all of this adjusted around the time Jim Ryan stepped down. I know he said he's retiring, and I'm sure he actually is retiring, but I do think, I really do think that Jim left, or at the very least was perhaps encouraged to retire. That is purely speculation, but I don't think it's a mistake that Sony seemingly has no games coming out this year. Their live service plans are kind of floundering and flopping. Their biggest acquisition, Bungie, has turned out to be a total whiff, and Bungie can't figure out their crap and find a way to turn a profit, and they're missing revenue targets by 50%. Yeah, I think Jim Ryan, to the executives at Sony, was just making one mistake after another, and the only thing you could say that was potentially doing really well is the crossover with HBO for the Last of Us show. And then I do think that console unit sales have been good, so that's also a plus. And I think bringing games to PC has seen revenue increase a good bit. And so that's all good, but I think long-term brand damage was being done by a lot of his live service ambitions. So we'll see if they actually adjust that plan. But at the very least, I think gamers, like, I haven't seen anybody come out and be like, I'm bummed Jim Ryan's leaving. When Sean Layden left, everybody was like, that's a bummer. He was great. When Reggie Fils-Aimé retired, everybody was like, oh, he was so cool. I haven't seen a single person mourn the loss of Jim Ryan. And I think it's because even PlayStation fanboys were like, yeah, it's just crazy. It's just crazy. Yeah, we'll talk about the PlayStation, Xbox crossover stuff here in a second. I do want to address this thing real quick. So, last week, yeah, he seemed like an actual person instead of an alien wearing a human mask. Yeah, I agree. Jim Ryan just always gave me an Uncanny Valley type thing. It's like he was some sort of tech demo that got out and escaped into reality. It was always very disturbing to me. Luke, that's mean. Sure. The dude's worth more than I'll make in 5 lifetimes, okay? He can take it. He's fine. He's doing okay. Okay, anyway. Moving forward. Last week, we did a segment discussing an IGN, like, we played 10 hours of Dragon's Dogma 2, and it was kind of cool, and this is what we thought, and they showed some builds and different things. And we kind of just, like, breezed through it, gave some overall impressions and things, but one of our biggest takeaways was that IGN's recording seemingly sucks, or the preview events recording sucks. And most of these preview events, they're hosted at or by the publisher. Just so, because I understand most people have not been to preview events, so let me explain how it works. Normally, like, if I go to a Ubisoft preview event or attend one virtually, whatever, Ubisoft will capture the footage, and they have capture cards. They have a tech team that just does that for you. So you just show up and they do all of that stuff for you. You're not setting the bit rate. You're not setting the resolution. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. So it seems like for Dragon's Dogma 2, Capcom is hosting some of these events, and Capcom is capturing footage, sending it off to IGN. And either IGN, the people that are making these videos, are, for some reason, rendering them out at like 1080p at 2000 megabit, or 2000 or 2 megabit per second or whatever, or something else is going on. Like, I just, it looks blurry, it's unsharp, it has a lot of artifacting from FSR, things like that. And it just makes the gameplay not look very good. While other trailers, like the official trailers straight from Capcom, look way better. So my stance has been that I think they present the game kind of poorly in those preview events. They gotta up the bit rates and everything like that. Beyond that, I also said that and this is the mistake. This is my apology video, everybody. I said it had been confirmed that the game was running at 30 FPS on consoles, that's what they were doing. And the reason that I said that is because this image was being shared by some gaming journalists, very official looking, and there were many reports such as, where did it go? I lost it. Hold on. There were reports also coming out saying that Dragon's Dogma 2 is rumored to be running at 30 FPS. IGN Japan also got to play the game early and were able to confirm that it was only going to have one save slot that is shared from manual and autosave. And so this is all frustrating. So people were reporting it. It's all over the place, okay? And most notably, Capcom has refused, as of the time of this stream, unless it's happened in the last couple hours, they have said nothing. They've been completely mum on the subject of console target frame rates, okay? Not that big of a deal, okay? Not that big of a deal. If we look up to Steam, there we go. If we look up the actual Steam page, they have posted the like PC requirements that they're targeting, and all of the targets for this stuff is shooting for like 30 FPS. So like the official charts that they've shown, this isn't like a fancy schmancy chart. Do they have the fancy chart? Doesn't appear they've posted it on the Steam page, but on the official chart that Capcom tweeted out somewhere, they do have the recommended specs targeting 30 FPS. PC specs. Let's just pull it up here. System requirements. Yeah, you can kind of see here. So they've linked off to them, and you can see they're shooting for different things, and their recommended specs are for 4K 30, minimum are for 1080p 30, and to hit 4K 30 they're recommending a 4080. So it seems at the very least that this thing's going to be pretty heavy to run. It's going to be a pretty intensive game, which makes sense. We've seen a lot of stuff that is very graphically impressive, but it's just important to note that this is not the type of game that you're going to play on like a Steam Deck and run it at 60 frames. Okay, let's just be very clear. This is a very intensive game, tons of particle effects, dense foliage, and a lot of the footage they've shared seems to be relying on things like FSR and other upscaling techniques to hit smoother and more consistent frame rates, which is not necessarily the end of the world. FSR is good. It's not as good as some of the other techniques we've seen on other hardware, but it's still good, and the game obviously looks pretty good, except in like direct conversations and things. I think character animations are a little stiff, but that's fine. You're not playing this type of game for character facial animations, okay? However, because I said it was confirmed to be running at 30 FPS, because it seems that this is not confirmed to be the targets. It looks like this was a fan-made thing or a fake or something, or at the very least, it's not been confirmed, is my understanding. Because no matter how much reverse, like Google imaging searches that I do, I cannot find the origin of this source coming from anything official other than like NeoGAF and secondary forums like that. So maybe this is a leak, or maybe this has changed since this was a thing, or it's just a fan creation that looks pretty good. I don't know. But up until this point, people have been like, well, they've only really been showing it at 30, and so therefore that's what it's doing. However, on January 31st, there was this video posted by PlayStation, and they specified that it was captured on the PS5, okay? Captured on PS5. And most notably, this is not running at 30. This is running at 60. There are things we can do. So on YouTube, you can trigger forward individually if you use the, like on your keyboard, you know, where it has the, I don't know what they're called, but the little arrows that point bigger or smaller, and then like period and comma they share there. If you tap that, you can toggle forward one frame at a time. And if I do that, you can see, I think also if I go stats for nerds, you can show like which frame you're at. No, this isn't showing it. But the point is you can kind of toggle individually. So it seems like occasionally frames are dropping. It's not like a smooth 60. There are times when it drops to 30, but there are segments that are showing 60. So this got people excited that it was actually running above 30. I think it shows maybe that there's going to be a mode for an uncapped frame rate. But like even here, if we toggle forward, it's like this is more at 30, but then there's another frame there. So it seems to be probably running above 30, but not at 60, okay? So to me, it suggests an uncapped frame rate, which is better. And then other sections, there's moments where it runs smoother, closer to 60, or even locked at 60, and then other times where it drops probably into like the low 50s. But that's better than 30. I personally prefer that. So when people saw this, they're like, ooh, baby, this looks way better than the 30 FPS captures we've seen. That's awesome. So I want to be clear, and the truth does matter with this stuff. I was wrong when I said it was confirmed that this was running at 30. It had been reported it was targeting it or locked at 30, depending on who you talk to. And at the very least, it seems that these trailers they're dropping from PlayStation suggest that there is a higher frame rate option at the very least available. I don't expect this to be a game that's running at 4K 60, but at the very least, if you're able to do like 1440p upscaled to hit 60, or at least uncapped, like there it starts to chug a little, but at the very least, if it's uncapped on console and there's a version like that, a performance mode, I would be a happy camper. And I do think that this is something that Capcom needs to address directly, because the fact that it's so widespread that it's kind of a foregone conclusion that it's going to be stuck at 30, they need to address it. They need to get it out there. And if it's not, make sure people know that it's not capped at 30. The longer they wait, the more damage they're doing, because the perception is the reality you have to deal with. And if the perception is 30, you got to deal with that. And it's going to be harder to undo that, which is why I'm taking the step. We're putting out this, and this will go up as a stream clip so that people can see the correction. And I'll link to this in the old one, so you know people can find this, and there's more people that could see it get corrected. Because I do think it's important to clarify if it is not in fact locked at 30. And apparently from this gameplay, it definitely does not look like it's locked at 30. It looks like there's performance mode. But Capcom needs to address it and tell people, like, officially, there's a performance mode. They can't, like, dilly-dally and just not address it. It's really weird that they won't just come out and say it. You know? Seems weird. I'm kind of sad they said they won't be adding fast travel and other quality of life things. The game has been built around not having a fast travel system. I kind of like that. I mean, there are fast travel systems, to be clear. It's like going to the cart. You get on the cart, it drives to another nearby city or a far off city, but you're just kind of like riding along with them. It's not like you just choose to fast travel here and there, but they've built it around that. So all of the encounters as you explore, all of the monster encounters and fights, all of the game has been built around the assumption that you're not just freely fast traveling between places. I understand if people don't like that and they like maybe don't have time to run for 20 minutes between points or objectives. That's totally fine. Like, I'm not going to shame you for valuing your time, but I do think it's important just to note that they've designed it around that. It's not like a lazy oversight or something. It was a conscious decision they made. Absolutely. So with that, I think the game still looks great. I stand by what I said about IGN and their capture and footage that they've used. It is probably not their fault, but I think they should be clear in the videos. Hey, the gameplay looks blurry because of the capture, because of this. In our gameplay session, it looked way better. Because the thing is, again, if the perception is that the gameplay is blurry and low res, like, see, this is the kind of gameplay footage we were talking about in that clip. If I just go like here, like, come on, guys. Come on. This is what I mean. Like, if people are watching this and don't realize that the capture was problematic to begin with, they're going to think that the game just looks like this because they weren't told otherwise. So I think they need to be much clearer about this stuff, because I'm seeing stuff where it's like a mixture of compression artifacts, also with a low bit rate initially. So like they just need to be more clear about how the footage is coming about, because this does not look good. That other trailer we just saw running on a console looked really good. The only difference seemingly was capture techniques and methods. So I think they just have to be clear with that. But yeah, the Reddit drama started because people were like, see, Luke's spreading misinformation about it being locked at 30. I mean, as of right now, it is not confirmed to be locked at 30. I agree. I correct it. And I'm so sorry, everybody. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But I do hope that Capcom can come out, confirm, nope, there's a performance mode. It looks awesome. Runs great. Check it out. It's fantastic. I hope they come out and say that. I do think that there's a lot of, you know, pop-in things. All of that's plainly visible. There were people on that subreddit that were saying like, well, actually, Luke, it's a beta build. So yeah, it's going to have, of course it's going to have problems. The point is, during preview events, they showcase the best version of the game that they have to show the press. Like, I've been to these events. The whole point of the event is to impress you. So they're going to put their best foot forward at every possible opportunity, whether it's Capcom, whether it's Ubisoft, whether it's PlayStation, Activision, whoever. So if you're seeing like big problems present themselves during a preview event close to the game's launch, that should be cause for concern. Whether you're talking about Suicide Squad or Skull and Bones or Dragon's Dogma 2, a game that we're all really excited for. I'm going to call it like I see it. Like, I'm very excited for Dragon's Dogma 2, but if I see things that are worth calling out, I'm going to let you know, just like with Suicide Squad, just like with Skull and Bones, just like all of these other games. So I'm sorry if that makes people uncomfortable or frustrated. And I'll try to be as accurate as I can. And I was honestly mistaken that it had been confirmed to be running at 30. It has not been confirmed. It's been reported by people, but we all know how reports of different things can end up not being the case, or plans change. And they report, hey, the current plan is for it to be locked at 30. And then a month later, they're like, we found a magical way to get it running at 60 or 45 or whatever. And so the plan can change. I would just ask that Capcom comes out and is just very clear and answers these questions instead of just keeping mum on everything. Personally, like it just is frustrating for me because they could clearly answer this and settle it once and for all, but they don't, which I don't know why they don't, because it would be so easy for them to just be like, yeah, it's uncapped on console. There's a performance mode. Done. Everybody gives you a clap. Everybody's happy. These people who canceled their pre-orders because it was locked at 30 go and reorder it. Everybody wins. Like, it's just a slam dunk. When you don't take that easy step, it makes people, rightly or wrongly, assume you're not answering that question for a reason. And then they fill in the gaps themselves because people do that. It's human nature. So they just need to come out and be very clear with it. But all this to say, I got it wrong. It's not been confirmed yet. And there is a new gameplay segment from PlayStation that seems to suggest that it actually runs better than we previously thought. But as of right now, Capcom has not confirmed anything. I just hope that they come out and confirm that it does in fact have a performance mode. That's my hope. That's my hope. Jedi Survivor's Grammy winner. Yes, it is. Sure is. One best soundtrack or whatever. Okay. You guys want to see something funny? You guys want to see something funny? New segment. Okay. So, I'm sorry, I have to do it. Suicide Squad just came out. People are talking about it. We have to address it. It's got to come up, okay? It just does. It just does. I'm sorry. Sorry, not sorry. Okay? We're going to do it. So, also, Low-Key 63. Thank you for becoming a sub on Twitch, my friend. Thank you. So, what is funny about all of this is that there are some people defending Suicide Squad fervently. Somebody was saying that there was another YouTuber that I think I've had run-ins in the past with that has gotten into like a full-on crap slinging match with his own community over it. There's just a lot of funny stuff going on with people with regards to this game. However, I do think that the vast majority of people are all on the same page, that it seems like this is a game that was born out of a desire for quick monetization. It went through a handful of changes. I've told you guys that I've had 2 people come out in the last 2, since the early access launch, since my review came out. And these were people I confirmed as former employees and former people that worked on Suicide Squad Kill the Justice League at Rocksteady. And these people have told me that my speculations about the game seeing multiple versions of its monetization scheme, those speculations were correct. So I took that as confirmation that those big crates that fly in and give you loot, that those were at one point loot boxes that got reworked into the rewards for missions instead of charging you for loot boxes. Because let's be honest, they look just like loot boxes. I mean, and they give you loot in boxes with random spawns and draws. Like, it's a loot box. You just can't buy it separately. And it seems like at some point they decided all the monetization would be tied up in cosmetics, and then the seasons were going to be free. And they tried to just come in and do all of that to fill in the gaps and try to win some favor from the community. But it was kind of too little too late. However, one of the most hilarious defenses I've seen people try to make is that the game is graphically one of the most impressive games ever released. And they say the game is graphically stunning. Everything else sucks, but the game is graphically stunning. I remember seeing that, I think, in the IGN review, and I was just genuinely confused because I don't see it. I don't see it as very graphically impressive. The character designs are fantastic. Dell, who's a friend of the channel, one of the lead character designers on most games that you've played, like fantastically talented artist. Dell Walker, he is just amazingly talented. And he's done designs on everything from The Last of Us Part 2 remastered to Halo to Suicide Squad to Jedi Survivor. Like, you name it, he's probably worked on it. And some of the most iconic character designs you've seen in recent years, he probably put together. Okay, it's outrageous. But this guy's portfolio is madness. So everything he touched and his team touched looks amazing. Like the character designs, the materials work, the texturing, everything is fantastic. There is no doubting that. However, I do think that there is a marked step down, perhaps in art direction, perhaps in like style. There's a mixture of things. But Nick Tech, another fan, or rather friend of the channel, maybe he's a fan, I don't know, but he's a friend of the channel. And he put together this video 5 days ago. And this gets even funnier, okay? So, which is why I'm showing you this in this order. This is a video just called "These Two Games Are 9 Years Apart." And I'm going to share this in chat so that you guys can go over there, give it a view, give it a thumbs up, and share the love, okay? But he posts this. And it's simply titled, "These Two Games Are 9 Years Apart," okay? He shows a big sweeping pan of Metropolis. I'm sorry, it's just not even close. And then he goes back to Batman Arkham Knight. Batman Arkham Knight released in 2015. And there are some stylistic differences, obviously. This is much more gritty. It's set very clearly on like a rainy night. It's overcast. There's a lot more individual light sources as well, whereas Metropolis is just very flat. But come on, man. I mean, come on. It's to me, it's not even close. There's also a lack of contrast. So you'll notice like also the blacks on this screen are not very black. Like the darkest points are brought up to be like a sort of dark gray. And the brightest sprites are brought down a little so they're not completely white. So you end up with an image that's just a little bit flatter. And the reason I'm pointing this out is because sometimes what happens in these side-by-side comparisons is that people will compare HDR captured footage that's been converted to SDR and compare it to a game rendering in SDR and be like, oh, see, this is way better. But that's not actually the case. So the reason that's important is because HDR content gives you a wider kind of range of color, if you can think of it that way. And when you convert it to SDR, it flattens it down, which makes it look kind of flat like you see on the screen now. Whereas an SDR piece of content is balanced around this range, so it has the full contrast available to it. That would normally be a reason to think that maybe this is not accurate. However, that's not what's happening here. Okay, I've also tested it by turning off HDR, running the game natively without any of that stuff, and it's not actually what's going on here. What's going on here is that the game, artistically, they chose to have a flatter look with lower contrast, probably to bring out detail and shadows. And, you know, with a co-op game, a shooter game, you need to be able to see all the enemies on screen at all times. So it's not necessarily about having the darkest of the dark contrasted shadows. But I mean, even if we just do like this, I'm going to capture this. Maybe I can also even pull up Photoshop, and we'll try to fix it right now. So we can just do this right now. Hold on. New canvas. 4K is fine. Whoop, no, not vertical 4K. Horizontal 4K. There we go. Okay, so we have like this. If I just paste the cap I just took in there, and if I just try to add a little bit of contrast to this, okay? This is what we're dealing with. For one, we can just go auto and let it try to adjust it. You see, it brightens it up a lot because Photoshop likes things super, super bright. But you can actually go in there and pull shadows down darker. You could crank the contrast a little bit to also darken the darks a little bit more. You could increase the vibrancy of some of the color. You could do all sorts of things to make it look a little bit more dramatic and less flat. But if we do like a side-by-side, this is it before, this is it after. Okay? Like, and that's just post-processing effects, okay? It's just post-processing effects. So if they wanted to take the game from this and turn it into something a little bit more vivid, they could do that very easily. If they wanted to decrease the vividity and instead just go in and like maybe pull down the shadows, darken it a little, they could do that too. Because this is all just post-processing, but they went for a flatter look at the outset, which is why it's an artistic choice. Okay, I just want to be clear that there are elements of this that are purely artistic. Okay, I don't like the artistic choice. I like things with a little more contrast, but that's just what they're doing. Beyond this, though, I mean, you can see the difference with Batman Arkham Knight. A lot deeper blacks, much more contrast. Even in here, you can see the brights are much brighter. It's also, there's a lot more speculative reflections. So light bouncing off of her shinier clothing. Whereas on here, everything's very flat, muted, and matte. There's also a lot more dynamic shadows and things. You can see the light shining through the chainmail. Or whatever this is, chicken wire. I don't know. I think chicken wire is what you'd call it. But anyway, there's a lot more of things like that. And Harley actually had a butt. Yeah. Calm down, guys. Calm down. I do agree there was a noticeable shift, let's just say, in their approach towards Harley. Maybe it's because she was playable. They felt more pressure to have something a little more restrained, but I don't know. I don't know. I just don't find it to be like, and the other thing is like the city is just so boring. Like that's the most amazing thing to me is that it's a big city. You recreated Metropolis and somehow it is extremely boring to look at and swing around. Whereas Arkham Knight is, I believe, a good bit smaller. Like the maps are way smaller and yet it's way more interesting to swing around and look. It's just crazy. But you can just tell like there's a mixture of art design and stylistic choices with balancing, with contrast levels, with all of that stuff. But then there's also just, at the end of the day, like plainly clear technical differences. Now, part of this, Digital Foundry, you guys were saying, was defending Suicide Squad because it is 4-player co-op and therefore it can be harder to achieve the same level of fidelity that you might see in a single player game versus a multiplayer game. I get that. I understand that. I don't see how that changes the comparison that these games are a decade apart. Like it's just okay. That you found the reason, you identified a reason for it not looking as good. It still doesn't look as good, which is all we're really saying, is that this game from a decade ago looks better than this game that cost $70 that just released today. And you're like, yeah, but it looks worse because of XYZ. Okay, it still looks worse, you know? Like, it just does. Beyond this, the particle effects in Batman Arkham Knight always looked great. The rain was fantastic. Man, it still looks tremendous. And bear in mind, this is on the PS4, okay? The animation quality is crazy. Oh, yeah, this. Just beating him to death with a baseball bat. Over and over. For me, the most telling one was like in the little things you might not notice. So the shadows are something that Suicide or Gotham Knights always did really, really well. Yeah, Harley is a playable character. Where's the water? He did a side by side. Yeah, the water to me is the most telling because this is something that's purely secondary. You don't go in the water. Not even King Shark is going to swim. Okay, it's purely for the visuals. That's all. There's nothing else to it. There's no gameplay function. It's just here to look pretty. Okay. And you notice in Suicide Squad, even with like, you know, all of the tech we have nowadays with ray tracing or quarter resolution ray tracing with like, you know, what they did with Spider-Man 2, where they did quarter resolution ray tracing on the windows and stuff. There are ways that they could achieve similar things. Granted, this is cross-platform, so it's not always as simple, and they're targeting 60 frames, so that's another thing. But if we're just going to compare apples to apples, it's like, okay, this game running, there's like no real reflection, not even seemingly. There might be some screen space reflections at super low resolution or something like here, but it's very, very minimal. And I'm just going to compare it to the water simulation in Arkham Knight. The simulation is better. The texturing and lighting on the water is better. The cresting of the waves, the foam on top of the water is better. It's not even close. It's not even close. It is night, and dare I say, day. Not even close. So after this video went kind of viral. It's at like 930,000 views. After you guys have clicked on it, it should be at like 931,000 views because I linked it. However, there's another video that he did to just rub salt in the wound, okay? This is where it gets funny, okay? This is where it gets funny. He did another. I'm going to post the link to this one in chat as well. This one just says these two games are 13 years apart. And he pulls up Suicide Squad again, showing a panning shot of the city. And then where's he going to transition to next? What game could he be comparing it to? Arkham City. A game from, correct me if I'm wrong, the Xbox 360 and PS3 era. Now, obviously, there are some raw technical comparisons that it's going to do better on nowadays. Like you can say, well, the resolution's higher now. Yes, there were not 4K TVs or displays, at least not consumer grade, in 2010-11. Like there just wasn't. Okay, you could say, oh well, the subsurface scattering and the poly counts are higher. Yes, because it was technologically impossible to have them higher. But when you look at the art direction, when you look at how they used the tech that they had, it really appears that there's just something missing with Suicide Squad. There's just a lack of artistic direction that made the most of the hardware. And it's something that I've heard discussed by game devs where they say, like, we've gotten spoiled by all of the processing power we have nowadays because we have so much. We don't have to be as frugal. We don't have to be as intentional with it. We can just kind of throw whatever we want on screen and not have to think about it that much because the engine will kind of fill in the gaps and it's just not that important to be super intentional. But back in like the 2010, 2011 era, you had to be extremely intentional with every single polygon. You had to be intentional with every single light source. You had to be intentional with everything because you only had so much processing power to work with. And nowadays, there's just so much in these modern consoles and on PC that, and then also with like the upscaling tech that we have now, you're seeing games that Jesus. You're seeing some games that straight up launch with like rendering during performance mode at like sub 900p, and then they upscale higher to try and hit a stable frame rate because they can just rely on the upscaling to fill in the gaps of performance. Like, we don't really have to try that hard. Oh, and you remember the cloth physics in Arkham City? I wish they showed King Shark trying to swim. It's funny. It's just, to me, yes, like the fact that Suicide Squad is a 4-player co-op game, yes, that's technologically impressive, but I think one game looks much better artistically. It might not have as many bells and whistles, but it just goes to show you how those bells and whistles do not define a game. They do not make a game great. You know, just because a game has ray tracing doesn't mean it's going to look better than another game that doesn't. Just because a game can render at native 4K or 1440p or whatever it is with Suicide Squad, that doesn't necessarily mean that it's going to look better than the 1080p game. Because at the end of the day, the art direction is going to have a much bigger role to play in what the game looks like than anything else. And I'm sure the people that worked on Suicide Squad are very talented artists. I totally agree. I just think, like, if I had to pick one over the other, I would absolutely prefer the direction in the core Arkham trilogy. This new Sunset Overdrive cartoony look that they were going for, I just don't think it holds a candle. I understand they wanted to go with a different tone. That's the one thing that seems to be consistent, is that they really wanted to differentiate this game from the core Arkham trilogy. But this is why, like, Suicide Squad is so weird. It's because parts of it make it seem like they really wanted it to feel different than the Arkham Knights and Arkham City comparisons. And yet later on in the game's marketing campaign, they pivoted and tried to constantly remind you that this is in fact the same developers, same makers of the Arkham series, and it is basically a continuation of those stories and everything. And it just leads you to be kind of confused, because it's like, wait, are you trying to shed that previous history, or are you trying to add on top of it and grow from it? Because if you're trying to grow from it, you're doing a real poor job, because it's not the same tonally. It doesn't look the same. I don't think it's as impressive artistically. There's just, of course, in gameplay wise, I'm very frustrated by the Switch. But if you're trying to also differentiate it, why are you constantly comparing yourself to those games, to that franchise? Because it's like, oh, from the makers of the Arkham series, and we took our Rocksteady DNA of all these games and we tried to build on top of them and do this and do that, and we're trying to add to the stories, and it's in the same universe and all that. Just clips into the water, and then there's just a warp out, and that's it. It's just wild. It's just wild. But unfortunately for these types of projects, they have to crash and burn before anybody in a position of leadership seemingly learns from it. What makes it particularly heartbreaking in this case, though, is that Rocksteady was on top of the world. Like, they were making some amazing games. I know some people are like, oh, well, everybody gave Arkham Knight crap, so everybody just now is going back and loving on it. The thing people gave Arkham Knight crap, there were two things. Number one, they gave the game crap because the Bat Tank sections were highly repetitive and felt very out of place. I stand by that today. I say that I would prefer another Arkham Knight over Suicide Squad any day of the week, and the Bat Tank sections were weird and out of place and super contrived. Like, super, super contrived. Like, we're just going to be, let's be real. It was clear they built a Bat Tank and we're like, how can we use this in the game more? And then they just decided to be like, oh, Arkham Knight is going to have all of these tanks that he has that you're going to fight waves and waves of. And there's a line in the game where the Arkham Knight says, and I know you're wondering why I don't just put my men inside these tanks, because you're too scared of killing anybody. So then they would just overwhelm you. well, I didn't want to make it too easy on you myself. Like he straight up said, I didn't want to make it too easy. And that's the point of the whole premise of the game and all the combat is that the Arkham Knight, for whatever reason, just wanted to make it more difficult on himself, even though he could just put a person in each of his tanks in Batman Arkham Knight and Batman wouldn't be able to do much of anything about it. He'd just be screwed, He'd just be screwed. But still, the game, I think, is better than Suicide Squad, that being said. It's not saying much, but I do think it is better. And the other thing people were frustrated by was the god-awful PC port. And if you don't recall, if you weren't playing games around that time, that's totally fine. But Batman Arkham Knight had one of the worst PC ports of that entire generation of games. It was horrible. It was barely functional, and it deserved all the hate it got. Absolutely. I don't understand how either of those points make Suicide Squad any better. Luke, we've just had yellow kryptonite bullets that kills Superman. That Arkham Knight exposition is almost like a sacred text at this point. I guess so. Yeah, you're right. Well, especially after the Wonder Woman thing where it's like, no, she had kryptonite. She needed super kryptonite because we needed you to play against Superman. We can't just have her come in and beat him out. Like, what? Yeah. It's a games as a service. The only question is whether it holds up under those standards. The price of entry, I bet is what it is. The price of entry is kind of high, but time will tell. Well, the fact that the PC player base is lower than Marvel's Avengers, I don't know how the game is going to be successful if the player counts are lower than that other game that died. You can't even buy Marvel's Avengers right now. It's unlisted. You can't buy it today if you want to, unless you find like a hard copy somewhere. But you can't buy it. Like, they are at less than half of those player numbers. That's crazy. That's baffling. So, technically their peak player count right now is slightly higher than Forspoken. Slightly. I don't know how you dig yourself out of that. Warner Brothers just paid a decade in salaries to receive another flop. Yeah. It's pretty tough to dig yourself out of that trench, I'll tell you what. Thank you.
Jaden M. Sue donated $4.99 through Super Chat. Soup Luke, hope your week is off to a good start. Should I play The Witcher 3 or Shadow of Mordor?
Oh, God. If you're looking for some narrative, I mean, it's The Witcher 3. If you're looking for something gameplay-oriented, Shadow of Mordor. Shadow of Mordor is going to be shorter, so you could start with that and then go into The Witcher 3, because The Witcher 3 is going to be a big commitment. But they're both fantastic games. But it's just like, do you want more narrative or do you want more gameplay? Gameplay, Shadow of Mordor. Narrative, The Witcher. But both are great. Okay, close tabs. Okay, new segment. I want to address this because, so in case you didn't see it, I did like a whole reaction to the entirety of the Grounded 2 documentary that they put out on the making of The Last of Us Part 2. It was really fun. I loved the documentary. I thought it was really cool. It didn't focus on the minutia of game development as much as I was hoping it would. I still think I prefer Raising Kratos more as a documentary on game development, because there were just a lot of segments of Grounded 2 where it felt like there was a lot of like, we're really frustrated that these journalists were giving us crap about this. And I'm like, nobody gives a crap about those journalists. Like, shut up. It doesn't matter. You shouldn't be reading those articles anyways. Like, it's not giving you anything useful. But they were like wallowing in it. It was just really weird. But all told, I thought the documentary was really good. You should go check that out. I'll have Jacob link it in the description of this stream clip when it goes up. So you should go see that. But the kind of breaking news after it dropped was Neil Druckmann confirms The Last of Us 3. And that's not Like, that's not what happened. It really is not what happened. The whole clip is not actually that informative. If we're really stretching, maybe you could say it, but it really did not say that much. This is a clip of the documentary in that section. I just want to address it.
I did some other interview where someone asked me about The Last of Us and would there be any more stories or something. And I mentioned, like, you know, we have written a story that takes place after Last of Us 2 that stars Tommy. And I hope one day we get to make it. And the headlines across the industry were like, Naughty Dog has outlined Last of Us Part 3. And that's actually wrong.
It's wrong. Like, it's a little bitty story, okay? But this isn't what people are referring to, okay? Like, this is what they're saying.
It was always a small story. It was never like a full title. At the time, we had higher priorities at Naughty Dog, was like to fix our pipeline, to fix work-life balance issues. Just based on where we were, I didn't want to prioritize this story, so that story was shelved. And I still believe one day it will see the light of day. I don't know if it'll be a game or a show, TBD. First game had such a clean concept of like the unconditional love a parent feels for their child. The second one, once we landed on this idea of the pursuit of justice at any cost, justice for the ones you love, it felt like, oh, there's a clean concept here, and there's a through line from the first game about love. If we never get to do it again, this is a fine ending point. And right, last bite of the apple, the story's done. The great thing about working at Naughty Dog is that we don't have to. It's always like, we would love another Last of Us, but if you guys feel like are passionate about something else, we'll support this other thing. Very privileged position to be in. I never take that for granted.
Okay.
I've been just thinking about, okay, is there a concept there? And for now years, I haven't been able to find that concept. But recently that's changed. And I don't have a story, but I do have that concept that to me is as exciting as 1, as exciting as 2, is its own thing, and yet has this through line for all 3. So it does feel like there's probably one more chapter to the story.
That's what he says. That is not a confirmation of a third game. He says that there's a concept he has in his head, but there's no story. But there's a concept that is as exciting to him as the first 2 and has a through line. That's it. So I don't understand how people are like, see, it's confirmed. It's confirmed. Like, no, he doesn't even have a story yet. And if you watch the documentary, one of the things they say is that the Last of Us Part 2 was the first game that they built out where they had the whole story done pretty much before they started working on it fully with the whole team, which is how a lot of narrative stuff works. But Naughty Dog hadn't previously worked that way. They kind of stumbled through it as they went through like Uncharted 4, for example. But they wanted that to be the new approach. And the big, like probably the last 15, 20 minutes of the documentary, so a good 10% of it, is dedicated to Naughty Dog explaining how they've committed to completely getting rid of crunch at their studio. Naughty Dog used to be a studio entirely built on crunch. Like that was the whole premise, the whole concept of it. And at the end of the documentary, they break down how, like, yeah, after we launched the game, we just decided we needed to break it and not allow crunch to be a thing. They stopped catering dinners in the office because they wanted to encourage people to go home to eat. They wanted to avoid people having to crunch overnight, having to do all of this stuff, taking on too much work. So they send out anonymous surveys where somebody can communicate to an independent party if their workload is too high and they need help. Like, they've taken a lot of steps to improve work-life balance and the crunch culture, and hopefully eliminate crunch culture, which is great. I think that that's awesome. I would rather have a studio of happy people that are not miserable putting together good games every 5 to 6 years instead of half the studio turning over because it's so toxic and miserable to work there, but they get the game out every 4 years. I would rather have them take more time than be absolutely miserable about all of it. However, with all this, if he doesn't have a story yet, he just has a concept for a theme of a story. That would suggest that it's not even like in the works, because again, they didn't work on The Last of Us Part 2 until the story was written. And then they tweaked it a little bit here and there, but They waited till the story was written to start full production on it. So their next game is not The Last of Us Part 3. Their next game is something else. He also suggests that there's another project. They're in a very privileged position.
Justice for the ones you love. It felt like, oh, if we never get to do it again, this is a fine ending point. And right, last bite of the apple, the story's done. The great thing about working at Naughty Dog is that we don't have to. It's always like, we would love another Last of Us, but if you guys feel like are passionate about something else, we'll support this other thing. Very privileged position to be in.
So that to me suggests they're working on something else that was also interesting to them. I think we're getting a new IP. I think it's a totally new thing. Granted, a lot of time was wasted on The Last of Us Online, but now that they're working on whatever they really want to work on, what they find most interesting, it seems like they are committing to that while he kind of works on what could be a story for The Last of Us Part 3. I also think there's a lot of outside pressure, probably. Just imagine, like, Sony calling and HBO calling, being like, hey, so we're going to do season 2 of the show, and I think that it's probably going to be received pretty well. So do you have an idea for season 3? Maybe just a little season 3. Maybe season 4 as well. Wouldn't that be cool? Please. So I'm sure he's getting calls from Sony. He's getting calls from HBO. And they're like, hey, where's the next chapter? What are we going to do when season 2's out? Because this thing is printing money. We're loving it. Winning awards and all this. Can we at least get to 3 seasons? 6 seasons in a movie would be great, but 3 seasons. Can we do that? So I bet that they can stretch it. Maybe they do. Yeah, the second game is split into 2 seasons. Okay. Part 2 will be 2 seasons apparently. Well, that is one way to buy themselves some time. So that'll help. So I didn't know that. That's interesting. So that buys them like 4 or 5 years, probably, because it's like 2 years a season. It seems to take 2 to 3 years. So at the very least, then that buys them a little bit of time where they could maybe get the show and then the third game out relatively close. But I don't know. It's gonna be crazy. It's gonna be very interesting. Very interesting. I think the story will be completed via show, not game. I do think that the fact that he throws out with the Tommy thing, he's like, yeah, I don't know if this Tommy storyline would be in a game or a show or something else. That to me says that, okay, so there's stories that you had written for The Last of Us Part 2 or other sequences that didn't see the light of day that you are open to putting in the show, but not necessarily in a video game form. We know that there's a lot of sequences and scenes written for The Last of Us Part 2 that were cut. So I would not be surprised at all if, like, we get the sequence with Joel and Joel's girlfriend in the show for season 2. I wouldn't be surprised at all if we see that. I think we see other segments like with Ellie and Kat. If you don't know Kat is the character that didn't end up in the game, really. They reference her a couple of times. But Kat is Ellie's first girlfriend who gave her, like, the big tattoo on her arm. So there's a lot of stories that they had written that just ended up getting cut from the game. And so I would not be surprised at all if they find ways to put that in the show and work it around all of that. Tommy can't fight anymore, so I don't see how he could be playable in The Last of Us 3. I agree it would be tough to work with all of that because he has really only one eye that he can see out of, and then he has like a permanent limp, if I recall.
One day we get to make it. And the headline,
I think he had a limp in this scene. Yeah, but yeah, I agree. It wouldn't be as fluid as Ellie running around sprinting and dodging stuff. So it'll be interesting. I think that if they made a third game, it'd have to be in development now because the next 2 seasons of the show will be done by 2027. Well, if they're working, granted, this interview was filmed in early 23. This was like March of 2023, I think is what they said. So they filmed this and I think, let's see. So they canceled The Last of Us Online late December of last year. So it's possible that he could have most of the story outlined at this point. They could start working on it. Maybe when the game was canceled, that's when they started. You know, they said, okay, starting in 2024, we're going to start on The Last of Us 3. That's possible. Who knows? But it's also, I mean, they've been working on something else for a year or two that's not apparently The Last of Us and not The Last of Us Online. So I think there's something in the works. But I mean, hopefully closer than we thought. But I still think it's probably a couple years before we see a Naughty Dog game. I'm interested if they do the same kind of marketing thing, if they try to announce it closer to launch or what. I don't know. Do you think they would change Joel's death scene in the show? Maybe the setting. I think in practice it's going to be the same thing, personally. I think it's going to be the same. Like there will be similar things happening, but I do think it will be perhaps presented in a different setting or something like that. I don't know. But generally the same, yeah. I don't think they're going to like change it and then all of a sudden Joel like dies of a heart attack while eating chocolate. I don't think they're doing anything like that. I don't think so. Okay. Should we talk about this now? Should we talk about this? Probably. Okay. Need to get back, catch up on these. Let's see. Let's see. He dies of a peanut allergy. that would be very different. I'd give him that. We just really wanted to subvert expectations and change it around. Yeah, Catherine O'Hara, who you guys might remember from like Schitt's Creek, or she was Kevin McAllister's mom in Home Alone. She got cast in season 2 of The Last of Us in an unknown role. Maybe she plays Joel's girlfriend. I don't think so. I think she's a little too old for that. I think. Yeah, she's 70. I think she's a little too old for Pedro. I mean, maybe they do it. I don't know. I'm not opposed to it. But she's like a solid 20, 30 years older than Pedro, you know? Okay. Whoever said Gilf. Jesus Christ. Sorry, 69. She'll be 70 in March. Yeah. She looks good for 70. Yeah, no, absolutely. She's still rocking and rolling, but this is the story. Last of Us proved a massive hit, 25 Emmy nominations. Yeah. They haven't said what or like what her role is or what's happening, but she is apparently in it. Okay. Somebody asked me if I watched the Grammys. No. No. Why would I watch the Grammys? Why? Like it seems like all of the entertainment industry right now is just like an industry of sucking up to Taylor Swift. Am I the only one that feels that way? It's like if you're not a fan of Taylor Swift's music, you're not welcome. It's weird. Like everybody is so busy sucking up to her because they're scared of her fan base. It's so weird to me. It's so weird to me. But I can't stand it. I'm just like, who even watches those award shows? I don't know, dude. There are people that are like obsessed with watching the Oscars, and they have like little parties where they're like, everybody, we're going to see if Leonardo finally wins his Oscar. It's going to be great. Like, I don't get it. It's so weird. The Swift stuff, I think it's just for Taylor, she happened to come out with that Eras tour or whatever the tour was last year, and it became like the socially cool thing to do. Like if you did not happen to go to that tour, you weren't cool. And if you did go to the tour, it was like a social status thing. You remember Hamilton, when Hamilton came out in the States and was everywhere in like 2015 and it started touring? If you wanted to be considered like cool, you had to get tickets to that show because it was sold out everywhere. It was insane. And it's the same thing with Taylor, where like if you can get tickets to Taylor Swift, you've made it. And so there were people that were like selling their car. I saw a TikTok of somebody that sold their car to get tickets to go see Taylor Swift. And for me, I'm like, I want to like, you want to go somewhere, spend thousands of dollars to go somewhere to listen to music. Granted, it's performed live and there's like dancing and lights and stuff, but you're not like, I just don't understand it. I don't understand how you could spend thousands and thousands. Granted, I'm not big into concerts. The last concert I went to, I think the last concert I went to was Weird Al, actually. So that tells you everything you need to know. I just don't get it. I don't really get the whole concert thing. I know some people love live music, like it's their bread and butter. I just personally, it's not my thing. Especially because like a lot of musicians sound so much worse live that it's not even worth going and doing, you know? It's just crazy. Mr. Boogle, I would suck up to Taylor Swift. If you want to be successful, you should. I don't know if that was also a euphemism. I don't know. I just think like I can't stand it. I'm not going to pretend like I like a certain type of music I don't listen to just for like social credit. Like I'm sure Taylor Swift makes some great music. She's also done some really toxic stuff, like taking all of her music off of Spotify for all of her fans. I think she put it back on after negotiations flipped around, but like they weren't going to pay her a certain amount of like a signing bonus of her contract or something. So she pulls all of her music. Like she's a cutthroat businesswoman and I can appreciate and admire that, but she's not like this total sweetheart, you know, that everybody thinks that she is somehow. I'm like, not really. Do you listen to hip hop? I listen to parody hip hop mostly from like comedians and stuff. Yeah. Bell Hittel? No, Cutthroat. Cutthroat. Have you not heard the term cutthroat before? Cutthroat. Jesus. Don't get me canceled for something like that. Oh yeah, dude, Weird Al, that movie was, or Weird, I think is what it was called. That movie was so freaking funny. Like, and of course this all happened and it's Weird Al making out with Madonna and like, I'm the weird one. That was so funny. Oh man. If you've not seen Weird, which is like the parody documentary biopic on Weird Al starring Daniel Radcliffe, it is freaking hilarious. It is so good. It's so freaking good. It's outrageous. Okay, I've had this pulled up for a second. We should talk about it. Okay, enough about Taylor Swift. Calm down, Swifties, everybody. Calm down. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay. There we go. So, Starfield coming to PlayStation 5, it's claimed. Imagine there's a question mark there. Yeah, this is something that's going around. In the last couple of days, there's been a flood of rumors and speculations and proposals and things of people suggesting that Microsoft is planning to bring pretty much their entire catalog of exclusives to other platforms, not just the Switch, but potentially also to the PlayStation, which is, let's just say, igniting a bit of a fire. And people are not that thrilled, okay? It's very, very interesting. So there's been a bunch of these, okay? There's reports of them potentially bringing Gears of War, Indiana Jones, Hi-Fi Rush, Sea of Thieves, Starfield. All of these are being discussed as possibilities. Part of it is from Jeff Grubb. So, quote, the other one I've heard that's definitely under consideration, it doesn't mean that it's going to happen, but it's in talks, is Gears of War. Jeff Grubb said on Monday, Gears of War is being considered for this. Grubb also said that Microsoft was at one point planning to publicly explain its new initiative at the end of February, but that given the mounting speculation, there's a chance that an official announcement could be brought forward. Quote, the other thing I can corroborate is a rumor that there will be something at the end of February when they're going to explain this change. That is something they definitely were talking about. End quote. According to Microsoft, Gears of War had sold over 22 million units and grossed over $1 billion when the company acquired the franchise from Epic Games in 2014. Man, I bet Epic Games is wishing that they still had that. Since buying the IP, Xbox has released 2 mainline series entries in the form of 2016's Gears of War 4 and 2019's Gears 5, both of which were primarily developed by the Coalition. As well as Gears of War Ultimate Edition and the turn-based tactics spin-off Gears Tactics. They said in May of 21 it was preparing to transition to next-gen development using Unreal Engine 5, but that it wasn't planning to announce any new games in the near future. And Grubb claimed last February that the Coalition had shifted its full attention to the next entry in the Gears of War series after 2 other games in development at the studio were canceled, which is interesting. So they're planning on bringing that. And then Xbox Era published a report also saying that Starfield will be coming to the PS5 following the quote-unquote Shattered Space expansion released on Xbox, which is scheduled for later this year. So probably like an early 2025 thing, they bring Starfield to the PS5. The report outlines that Hi-Fi Rush and Sea of Thieves will also be coming to rival platforms soon, with the announcement that Hi-Fi Rush could release as soon as Q1 of this year. It's said that a public statement from Microsoft on the news is expected this month. Xbox Era also states that Microsoft has made additional investments into PS5 dev kits to support its change in strategy. Interesting. This was something that Sony actually was very worried about during the FTC hearings for the Activision acquisition, because they were like, hey, if they own Activision and they want to be competitive with their port for these games on the PS5 for Call of Duty and stuff, they're going to need dev kits, especially like turn of console generations. They're going to need dev kits, and that's going to be tough because then they're going to have early access to our hardware, which could give them a competitive advantage in creating a console that could be more powerful than ours, you know? Because basically for the PS6, they'll send out the PS6 dev kits early to devs to prepare games for launch day or launch period. And if this were the case, Microsoft would be included in that because they own Activision. So if Activision gets it, they get access to the dev kit. And because PlayStation is not publishing games on the Xbox, they wouldn't get access to Xbox hardware. Do I think that it really matters? Sorry, this is my Warhammer camera. No, I don't think that matters because obviously Xbox hardware is just, it's not really the bread and butter. So I don't think that that's that big of a concern. Even if Xbox had an early look at the PS6, I don't think it would matter that much, just to be clear. But Windows Central's Jez Corden also weighed in on the ever-evolving rumors earlier today too by stating that he does expect Starfield to be coming to PlayStation. He said, quote, indeed, Starfield isn't new anymore, though I expect it to be on PlayStation eventually too. And this is specifically in response to a tweet from Aldahash News. I don't know, but he posted this image, which I'm assuming is taken from like the FTC stuff and filings. I'm not sure, or maybe it's something he made. But it says, as shown by figure 44 below, the value from taking a title exclusive does not have a linear relationship to the popularity of the game. Stylized relationship between the value of exclusivity and size of the game, and they list some different things here. So if you look at the color on the bar, green is where it has really high value of exclusivity. So these are games that Xbox wants exclusive, at least when they are new, for the first like year or whatever. Red and yellow are games that don't benefit from exclusivity anywhere near as much, and where Xbox doesn't necessarily appeal or benefit from those games being super exclusive. So what they say for this is that Psychonauts 2, niche audience, small community, not actually that beneficial to have this exclusive. More beneficial would be the more beneficial thing would be to release it on multiple platforms, let that small community spread across PlayStation, Xbox, PC. Everyone gets to enjoy that game. And Microsoft still benefits because they're selling it and they make the money on the sales, right? Fallout 76, small niche community, absolutely. Allowing like PlayStation players to play and enjoy it makes more sense than keeping it super exclusive, because it's not the type of game that probably drives people to Xbox. I don't think it has that much swaying power. At the time this was put together, I think they really believed that Redfall could potentially be a console system seller, which is freaking hilarious in hindsight, but they thought that. And Starfield, this was a game that I think is still a good get. You know, I've got a lot of problems with Starfield, but I do think it was a good get as far as exclusivity is concerned. But now it's no longer that much of a seller. Like, it's out, it's a thing. Like, it's there, but I think anybody on Xbox who is going to play it has played it. And then beyond that, Call of Duty and Minecraft. These are mass market audience games, massive online community extending beyond the device, socials, merch, etc. So absolutely, these are games that are so big that keeping it exclusive doesn't necessarily benefit the same way as giving it cross-platform support. So keeping Minecraft multi-plat, keeping Call of Duty multi-plat just ends up making more sense. So the premise of all of this is that there are some games that make sense to keep exclusive and other types of games that don't. What Sony did really well in the PS4 era is that they were just pumping out these in the center. New IP or uncertain audience games, or games in such like that looked so good and reviewed so well that they really benefited from being exclusive. They brought new players into the platform. It was another reason you should get a PlayStation 4 instead of an Xbox One, because you get all of these great games. They were really, really good at that. This generation, I don't feel like they've been that good at it. God of War Ragnarok was a great get. Spider-Man 2, I think, landed a little flat compared to what they were hoping. And similarly to that would be Horizon Forbidden West. It seems like that game has just, like, nobody talks about it anymore, which is amazing. But anyway, Sony appears to have recognized this as well. Following the $3.7 billion acquisition by Sony, Bungie has confirmed that Destiny 2 will remain as a multi-platform game with full crossplay that they want to, and it cuts off. But basically, Sony agrees with this, which is why Destiny 2 is also available on other platforms and it's not exclusive, because it fits into this category over here with Call of Duty and Minecraft. So, all of this to say, you know, Jez replies to that and just says, indeed, Starfield isn't new anymore, though. I expect it to be on PlayStation eventually too. Which I think is I see what he's saying. It's no longer in this category. So if their plan is to go by this graph, this chart or whatever, this spectrum, it makes sense that if Starfield has drifted over here, that probably then it makes sense to put it on other platforms. Now, there are some more frustrations, I think, with the broader community as a result of all of this. So, specifically, there is a lot of confusion around Microsoft's strategy, where there's a community of hardware owners that feel that this is an example of Microsoft losing focus, of Microsoft not knowing what they really want to do. And there's not much communication right now. So there's just a lot of confusion more generally. Paul Tassi put together an article on Forbes, as he does, because he's a senior contributor there. And basically the whole premise of the article is that there's a new rumor making the rounds that they're going to bring all this stuff. Yep. Hi-Fi Rush does appear to be headed to Switch and PS5 based on data mined cosmetic leaks, which is true. Even Xbox fans are trying to parse out exactly what's going on here and what Microsoft's plan for gaming is moving forward. Increasingly, it feels like it's being pulled in many, many different directions without a cohesive plan other than, quote unquote, lots of games on lots of platforms, which comes with 100 questions. First, Microsoft is very much knew that it was behind the likes of Nintendo and Sony when it came to big, high-profile first-party releases. That's why they went on a studio acquisition spree and have started to roll out big exclusives like Starfield, with others like Avowed, Perfect Dark, Indiana Jones, and Fable to come, which is true. However, with all of this, it's not going too great, but I'll go through that in just a second. But Microsoft then acquired Activision Blizzard, and a condition of that was swearing up and down that a franchise like Call of Duty would not be made exclusive to Xbox, nor does it seem seem that things like Overwatch or Diablo will either. But what does or does not go on Game Pass in terms of past, present, and future Activision Blizzard games is still entirely unclear, and it feels like this ARM is getting special consideration Bethesda and other acquisition studios are not. Microsoft has repeatedly said that they do not put much weight into console sales, as it's simply one vector to play Xbox games. As such, they have not reported specific console sales in years, though all estimates point to them losing last generation 2-1 to Sony, and possibly this generation by the same margin, if not worse. Recently, they've announced hardware sales were lower than forecasted. The counterclaim is that Xbox Game Pass subscriptions are more important than console sales, building up the ecosystem of Xbox. This includes same-day PC launches, so you don't need to own an Xbox at all, and it can include playing on the cloud even though cloud gaming is not viable in many parts of America, specifically with poor internet, with no real ability for Microsoft to change that. But if Game Pass is more important than console sales, they have also now stopped reporting Game Pass subscription numbers since January of 2022, and the common logic is that they may be hitting a saturation ceiling. In other words, everybody that was going to be subbed or could sub to Game Pass already is. So they're just hitting the ceiling, right? So where do you go from here? Well, now we have this new development where Microsoft may decide to simply bring many of its games to rival platforms like PlayStation or Switch. There's no indication this will be done literally through Game Pass on those systems, but rather normal store listings. For some games, the argument is that they're multiplayer and this would help the player base, games like Grounded or Sea of Thieves. Others make less sense, like Xbox's most awarded release this year, or last year rather, Hi-Fi Rush, which will come to other platforms. Why? Many fans aren't clear on that, and it raises the question of what games are small enough to warrant this treatment, and where is the line drawn? As a mere AA game could Avowed come to PlayStation later? Or if they don't drive enough Game Pass subs or internal sales, what about Indiana Jones, Fable, or Perfect Dark? Or in an effort to let quote-unquote more people experience the wonders of the stars, or however marketing would phrase it, what Starfield end up going to PlayStation? All of these are very valid questions. And I think the concern is warranted within the community because they're wondering, hey, I bought an Xbox, and it seems like all of the exclusive games that I have, you're now bringing to PlayStation, so what's the point of owning an Xbox? Well, it seems that what Microsoft is starting to do is transition strategies completely. For years, the assumption has been that Microsoft is going to play the game the same way that PlayStation and that Nintendo have done it. They have games that are exclusive to their platforms. If you want to play those games, you have to have their hardware, full stop. And that's not gone super great for Xbox because they've struggled with exclusives to drive people to their platform. And even then, when they have started to get exclusives, they've struggled in the review space like Starfield. And so it's clear that they can't just assume that their next games are going to start to review super well, win Game of the Year awards, and they'll start to just rake in the dough. So they can't just assume that in the next year or two, they will start to drive console sales because they're releasing all these amazing games. It's unfortunate they can't just assume that. Maybe they eventually get there, but it feels like Sony can just be like, yeah, whenever Naughty Dog is ready to release their thing, it's going to be Game of the Year or in the running at the very, very least, right? Same with Santa Monica Studio, same with Ghost of Tsushima 2. Like all these games that they have just lined up and queued up, just waiting for them to be done and released. It seems like they can rest assured that it's probably going to be received very, very well and potentially even sell consoles. Whereas Microsoft doesn't really have anything like that. Starfield, they were hoping would be that, but Starfield ended up, I would say there were a lot of red flags to suggest it was not going to be considered a masterpiece. But when Starfield came out, it ended up being met with kind of conflicting reception. Even the hardest core fans had some problems with it. So I think Xbox now is like, we can either keep playing the exclusivity game and hope that we figure it out in a year or two and we start to get really consistently awesome games, or we shift gears a little bit more now. And it seems they're going with the latter. And what that looks like is that they are going to shift approach into not playing the game Sony and Nintendo play, but rather doing the Microsoft game. And Microsoft as a company, they are built around software distribution. That's what they do. They sell other things like the Surface tablets. For a while, they sold a Windows Phone. They sold all these other things. But hardware has never been their bread and butter. What makes Xbox, or rather Microsoft, successful is distributing software to the masses and getting a cut of it every step along the way. That's why they're a $3 trillion company, because they're the best at it, right? So they're going to approach this in a different way, where now, instead of trying to sell you a console or a box of plastic and silicon that you then buy games for and play them on that box, they're going to say, get whatever box you want. Because we're just going for volume of software. We don't really care that much about the hardware. And it very well could work. Because like this is the big thing for Xbox fans to just remember. What they've been doing for decades, like 2 decades at this point, has not worked. Okay. They've lost to PlayStation and to Nintendo the console war of hardware. So instead, they're going more for the brand war instead. So am I going to buy an Xbox? You don't need to. If you want to, go for it. If you prefer the Xbox ecosystem, if you prefer that stuff, you can. But their whole strategy, they don't give a crap if you buy this box, or if you're playing on this box, or if you're playing, it's behind this, on the PlayStation box or whatever. They don't care. Or even if you're on your phone using the xCloud, they don't care, because they make their money through the software. That's where they make most of their money, in the bread and butter. It's like, but now I have no reason to buy an Xbox. Yeah. So that's not, they don't care. It's just purely a matter of selling software. Selling software, there's no margin on distribution. It's just selling it through their platforms. If they can get you signed up for their subscription service so that you pay in $15 every single month, that's just how it works. That's just how it works. Maybe in a year or two, they transition and start to make some of those real big exclusives that end up selling really, really well. Or maybe they just review really well. Maybe they keep those exclusive. And then if it's not like a big heavy hitter with amazing review scores, they just keep it, and they go like kind of business as usual. But with all of this, I just think, I understand people are frustrated, but you just have to realize, like, Microsoft executives are looking at it and they're like, so what you've been doing with the Xbox is not working. That's not selling. People don't care. 2 generations now, you've been outsold 2-1, if not worse. And Game Pass subscription growth is extremely minimal, if not completely non-existent. Do something different, because what you're doing is not working. And if something that you're doing is not working, you have to try something else. And what they're going to try, seemingly, is what they've done for their corporate side of things, for their commercial and industrial side of things. And that's just distribute software. Who cares about the hardware? If you buy our hardware, sure, great, whatever. If you buy a Surface laptop, whatever. But if you want Windows, you can get Windows on a Lenovo, on an MSI, on a what's another Dell. I'm trying to think of other laptop or computer manufacturers. But you can buy whatever hardware you want, but Microsoft still makes money because you bought the software. That's the key. That's the key. Everybody's like, oh, so they're just going to lose out on the consoles. Yeah, they already are. They already lost that fight. So they're going to try to create a new fight, basically, which is to just sell all of these games everywhere. They're like, yeah, we're going to release games on PlayStation. Because if you buy it, yeah, PlayStation makes 30%. We make the other 70%. So we're happy. You know, it's really not that difficult to grasp. But a lot of people who are more hardcore Xbox fans, they feel like this is a betrayal. They feel like they bought into an ecosystem that now is being opened up to everybody. And on the one hand, like, I can understand the feeling of being told, or at least believing, that this was going to be exclusive. And then when it's not, you feel, or when it's made broader and distributed elsewhere. You feel as though, you know, something's been taken from you. I can understand that emotion and that feeling. However, it seems like Xbox is still going to keep these games exclusive for a while, probably like a year to 2 years. So it doesn't seem like they're going to just do Xbox, PlayStation, and PC, and Game Pass, whatever, xCloud releases all at the same time. It looks like they're doing things very similarly to PlayStation. And this is the other thing. It's like, they're coming out and just being like, straight up, it's opened up. We released it on Game Pass. Everybody who was going to play it on Game Pass played it. So now we are going to open it up to PlayStation fans. And if they want to play it, whatever. Cool. And that's what Sony does. Is Sony releases their games. They sit on it for a year or two, and then they bring it to PC. Easy money. Like, it just makes sense because the people playing it on PC, if they have a PlayStation, they're probably buying it twice to see if they can make it look even better and run even better than, you know, it would have run on the PlayStation 5 when they played it the first time. And there's a lot of people who only have PlayStation 5s and now are going to benefit from both. You know? So I understand the initial feelings, the gut feelings, but I do think that it's a little silly to be like, this is a total betrayal and I feel lied to and this is all madness and this and that. It's like, it's really not that big of a deal, I think. I think Starfield is exclusive through, they're exclusive through probably the end of this year and then they move on. That's not what PlayStation is doing. You're crazy. They are releasing games, holding them for a while, and then bringing them to PC. They've done that with a handful of games, and they've signaled that they're doing that for more games in the future. Other games like Helldivers 2, I don't know if you've seen this. Not Helldivers. Helldivers 2. What's this?
Major Dookie Juice is now a member. Hope you and the fam are well. We had 14 inches of snow in Golden and it was a pain in the ass
Oh,
to
baby.
clean up.
Jesus. Thank you, Major. And 14 inches in Golden. Ugh. Yeah, we did not have that. We had like an inch or two of very wet, heavy snow that all melted because it rained right after. So we've not had to deal with that, but that's crazy. That's crazy. Vinny, thank you also for the 2. I'm tired of fantasy RPG. Give us new settings. I think it's just everything comes in waves. You know, like everything was kind of Japanese themed for a bit, and then everything was Viking themed for a bit, and now it's just swinging. Like, it's just swinging back and forth. We'll see what the new thing. I'm waiting for like the zombie craze to come back, where everything is just Nazi zombies again, because that was everywhere in like the late 2000s. That's going to be another trend, I think. I really want like the cowboy or the pirate thing to come back. I would love for that to be a new trend. 1 to 2 inches is perfectly average. Exactly. I mean, it was huge. There was a whole 2 inches of snow in my lawn. There was so much. Like, I didn't know how to handle that much. It was so much, man. It's crazy. Jesus. But anyway, yeah. So they just did this and they announced Until Dawn. And granted, Until Dawn, this is like a I don't know if it classifies as a remake or just a remaster or whatever, but it's a pretty substantial upgrade if you look at the side-by-sides and everything. But they're doing this, Horizon Forbidden West, of course, Helldivers 2, and all these other games that they've brought. So this is their strat. And it's easy money. I mean, they already released the game. Everybody that was going to buy The Last of Us Part 1 on a PlayStation would have already done it. So now you just get to double dip. It's a no-brainer. It's a no-brainer, right? So you can say PC is not a competitor. I think that this is the thing, like, it's true that Valve is not Microsoft, of course. But with this, like, they are distributing their games beyond their hardware to generate more revenue. And that is what Xbox is going to start doing. And they're open to bringing it to PlayStation 2 or PlayStation 5 as well, because that's where a lot of gamers are. That's where the majority of console gamers are. So bring it there, sell it there. If PlayStation could get God of War or The Last of Us Part 1 or Days Gone or Spider-Man running on the Switch, I think they'd port it to the Switch. Why not? Because I don't think there's a lot of crossover there. It would just be more players, that are enjoying it. But let's be honest, it will be a cold day in hell when a current gen game can run on a current Nintendo console. So anyway, it's a similar approach that they're shifting towards. They're just willing to go to other console platforms apparently, but this has generated a lot of drama. There are reports that Xbox's Phil Spencer is going to appear on CNBC to address all of these rumors. Remember in that first article we read, it looked like they were planning an event probably like late February to discuss all of this and just be like, hey, this is what we're doing. And everything's going to be coming to PS5 after it's been exclusive on Xbox platforms for a year at least, or whatever he says. And then like Jez came out and said that he's not appearing, or Xbox isn't appearing. I don't know who to believe, because there's reports saying that he is, others are saying that he won't. Who knows? I think they're just trying to make up their mind, which is why there's like conflicting reports. So maybe they do, maybe they don't. But at the very least, they need to address this, just because right now the uncertainty is not helping anything. If they just come out and say, yep, we're going to bring some of these games to PlayStation and other platforms to give more players access to them, I think that achieves the goal. I think the thing to remember with a lot of this console war stuff is that it's a very vocal minority that are the most hardcore console fans. Okay, so there's going to be probably like 2,000, 3,000 people on Twitter blowing up and losing their minds over this. You'll see some YouTubers posting about it and they're losing their minds about it. But the vast, vast, vast majority of the millions upon millions of gamers out there don't give a crap. I really don't think they do. They're just like, oh, I can play Hi-Fi Rush on my PS5 now. That game looked cool. I remember seeing trailers for it. Oh, I'll try it. They're not going to be like, I'm not supporting Xbox. No. Like, come on. Nobody's doing that. If you do that, you need to go get laid and get distracted with something that actually matters in life. That's a stupid thing to do. Like, just go get out there and get some sunshine. For real. But that's why I think nobody's really doing that. I think they might talk a big game on Twitter, but I think honestly, if the game looks good and they want to try it, they'll try it. I don't think that something like Starfield necessarily sells gangbusters on a PS5. I just don't think it does. Especially like it's not reviewed super well. I like some people would try it, I think, but I just don't think it probably drives much extra sales or many extra sales. But at the very least, it's more than they currently have. I think there is a very valid question to be asked of whether this is a good use of resources for these studios. If they are exclusive to Xbox, and then you also are having them port games to the PlayStation 5 or PlayStation 6 when that comes, then you're just making multi-plat games again, and you don't benefit from exclusivity like PlayStation does. One of the reasons that like The Last of Us has the amazing technologies that it does is because they don't have to develop it for multiple platforms. They're not also developing it for the Series S. They are just working on this one hardware that they get access to well in advance, and they can really specialize it, and they don't have to try to juggle all this other stuff. So I think that's a valid question to ask, is whether this is a good use of resources. But it just reaffirms again that it feels like management and leadership at Xbox is just trying to figure out something that works, because everything they've tried so far hasn't. They were hoping Game Pass would just magically save the business and grow forever, and it's not. They would hope that, Starfield would magically save the business, and it didn't really save the business magically. And then they hope that this thing saves the business, and it just doesn't. And it just moves from thing to thing to thing to thing to thing. And it leaves the community kind of confused, especially when there's no clear communications being made. So it just causes a lot more problems than it's solved at this point. But maybe this is like the secret sauce that makes Xbox Studios profitable, They might be profitable. I don't know. I think they generated a lot of revenue after Activision was added to the mix, but I think a lot of their broader ventures have not panned out the way that they thought they would.
Reinhard98 donated €5 through Super Chat.
Thank you.
Xbox will die if they do that, and we won't have competition. Expect €150 games.
I think it depends on what you mean by Xbox. Do Xbox consoles die? I would not be surprised at that. Yeah, if they go balls deep to the console exclusivity thing, lifting, and they bring games to PlayStation and all of that, then yeah, I think it gets really hard to justify buying an Xbox at that point. You can just buy a PlayStation, get all those PlayStation exclusives, and still get Xbox games, granted like a year after the fact, but it's at least something, right? However, I just think it's going to be really, really interesting. I mean, if you're saying the Xbox Game Studios brand dies, I don't think that's true. I think Xbox Studios keeps going. I think honestly, Xbox, it almost seems like at this point they would rather just not have to deal with their own console. It's starting to seem that way. I think xCloud is the one reason they might keep it going, because they manufactured the consoles in a way where they can use the same chips that they use for like the Series X and put them and scale them up for server use. At least that's my understanding of it. So that helps with scalability. So I think they'd still probably produce a console in the next generation. But I agree. Like it starts to really make you ask, why buy an Xbox at all if I can just get it on PlayStation in a year or two? You know. Let's see. The console, Spider-Man 3 will be €150, 3 parts. Oh, the console will die, and then Spider-Man 3 will be €150, 3 parts. I mean, I don't think necessarily that's how it'll work. Watermelon Gravy. Thank you for subbing. And also, I think we had another one. No, we're good. Okay. I don't know. I think they're going to try to do that anyways, honestly. They're already kind of doing it. Like Spider-Man 2 was way shorter than people thought it would be after all that time, and for how much they were charging for it. I still think it was a reasonable value proposition. I thought Spider-Man 2 was good. I just didn't think it was a masterpiece or as good as it could have been, knowing what Insomniac is capable of. But it's kind of been the tale of Insomniac recently. They make really impressive games that are like solid 8.5s or 9s, but they never really hit it totally out of the park. There's always like a couple drawbacks that keep it from being as awesome as it could have been, you know? But yeah, as for decreased competition, I agree that that's a frustration and a concern. I don't think Xbox Studios dies. The console, I think they still probably manufacture some of them just because they'll be manufacturing chips for xCloud anyways. And I mean, we'll see what it looks like. We'll see. I also think that like bringing an exclusive to another platform a year or two later is not like that big of a deal. It's very different. It's weird. Like the idea of The Last of Us coming to Xbox is freaking weird, but it's also because of the dynamics. PlayStation's on top, so them bringing their game to a lesser platform would be really weird. They just don't really need to do that. But Microsoft's thing is that what they've been doing is not working, so they're willing to try anything wacky to get it working. And I think that that's just how it is. They're just trying something different. So we'll see. We'll see Halo on PlayStation. It's not out of the realm of possibility. It's possible. It's possible. Speaking of what's also possible, new segment. You ready for this? You ready for this? Sony has a new PlayStation handheld console in development, report claims. Wow, wow, wee, wah. What's happening? Gee willy willikers. So Sony may finally be set to rejoin the traditional handheld gaming market with a new PS handheld console. Now there is kind of a letdown to this, so don't get too excited, okay? I'm just going to warn you right now. There's a big asterisk next to this that's going to bum you out. Okay. According to a known hardware leaker, Moore's Law is dead, or MLID. A non-streaming console is in the works at Sony that would natively support and play games. In other words, it's not just a new PlayStation Portal. It's an actual device that actually plays games. In his report, he says that the device will have a custom AMD APU that is, quote unquote, currently in the high-level design phase and is, quote, at least 2 years out and technically not greenlit for launch yet, end quote. It's also mentioned that based on talking with developers, the new handheld could maintain native backwards compatibility with PS4 games while receiving a Pro-like patch for PS5 titles. So just running PS5 titles at a lower resolution if they are patched to support it. The report does state that the device is still in early development, so things are likely to change. It's also unclear about when this could possibly be revealed or released by Sony. Lastly, MLID says that while he can confirm that the handheld is in development and AMD has the contract for the APU, the exact specs of the device are in speculation at this point. Let's see. As of writing, Insider Gaming hasn't been able to independently verify the legitimacy of the report. Until then, please, as with all rumors, take this with a grain of salt. So take it with a grain of salt. However, they say, if this is to be believed, that this is still it's still a couple of years out from the chip being fully greenlit and finished. So it's like, again, don't totally buy into it. This is, if we just take today, 2 years out from the chip being like fully good to go. It's like 2026. From then, maybe you bring it out and it's like a co-launching thing at the start of the next console generation. Or maybe it's like the last hardware Sony puts out before the next generation. I don't know. But it's still a ways out. But I'm glad to see that there are at least credible reports and rumors that PlayStation is waking up to the realization that people want handheld devices. The PS Vita was awesome. It was awesome. Way ahead of its time. But they kind of like bailed on it. And we're like, no, handle. I forget what it was, but there was a PlayStation executive years ago that was like, people have just voted very clearly with their wallets that they're not interested in handheld, so we're not messing with it anymore. And then this news is coming out, and we see the success of the Steam Deck, the Switch, and the ROG Ally, and the Legion Go, and all these handheld devices that are super popular and selling gangbusters. It's okay. Well, you're wrong. People do want them. If anything, I think it's just, I think it's that the community and the customer base was maybe not ready for the handheld market, or maybe the tech just wasn't ready. Because now what's crazy is with the ROG Ally, like you can play modern PC games. Granted, they're pretty spec'd down and they run at a low resolution, but you can play them. And that's crazy. And like on the these platforms, like you can get something like Game Pass, and you can just like on a handheld play a brand new exclusive to Game Pass or something like that, or a PC release on the go. And people really, really like that. And I think back in the day with some of these handheld devices that used to be a thing back in the early 2010s, you had to have a special port or a different standalone game entirely in order to run it on that platform, full stop. So like the what was it, Uncharted Golden Abyss, I think. Yeah, Uncharted Golden Abyss. This was a PS Vita game, and I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, chat, but I believe that this was developed by the Sony Bend, or at least partially developed by Sony Bend, the guys that went on to do Days Gone.
Keep moving.
And like, it's a handheld game that they developed specifically for the hardware. And it's not like as graphically beautiful as what you would have on like a PS3 or a PS4, but it was like a standalone title. Oh, these little puzzles. Look at that. But this was the difficulty, is that back in the day, you had to create your own handheld like this, or own title for the handheld, because it couldn't just run a PS3 game. You had to develop something separate. And it just never really caught on, because people are like, I love Uncharted 3. I want to play Uncharted 3 on the go. But the hardware couldn't do it. And, you know, time went by, and now we're at the point where these games are scalable enough that you could actually manage it. But I would say, like, if we put this in a smaller window and, like, you look at it with a lower resolution on a handheld, this looks fine. Like, that's really impressive. Yeah, this game's version was released on February 15th of 2012. Yeah, look at that. Tim Drake. Also, the rise and acceptance of the indie scene, I think, makes handhelds way more viable, because those games aren't as demanding and there are way more of them. I totally agree. And as long as the marketplace is built out so that it can support it and sell those indie titles to you, you can go far with it. I think the benefit of like one of these Windows or Steam-based handheld devices is that, you know, you can just download whatever indie title you want, and it's really easy to get indie titles on Steam. On PlayStation, it's a little bit harder, but
PK Ziggy donated
I agree,
$4.99
totally.
through Super Chat. Might be a hot take, but PS can barely make games for PS5 right now, and they want to do a handheld? Makes me wondered.
Well, I think they're independent teams. That helps. So, the hardware team is separate from the software teams that are making like the platform software, and then that's also separate from the game dev teams that are actually making the games. So, I it's funny to be like they're struggling to get games out at all, but I just choked on my own throat. But I do think that there is enough distinction between the groups that I don't think it matters that much. I don't think so. I agree they got to get more games out more consistently. It's funny because Xbox kind of blew their load. I think it was like 2021 they didn't have anything, or 22 they didn't have anything. There was one of those years recently where they didn't have any games really to show at all, and it was just like nothing. They just didn't have anything. And there were those leaked emails through the FTC hearing where Phil Spencer's emailing like the heads of all of these huge companies and just being like, guys, this is ridiculous. We don't have a single game lined up for like 9 months. This is outrageous. How did this happen? Everybody told us we were good to go and that their game was ready, and now there's just nothing because everybody lied and said that their games were further along than they actually were. What the hell? And now it seems like maybe PlayStation has something up their sleeve, but it seems like there is there's just nothing. It seems like there's nothing in the works. Oh geez. What?
Good day, everyone. We're coming on the air with breaking news in the United Kingdom, where King Charles III has been diagnosed with cancer. Buckingham Palace just confirming the news in a statement, but not saying which type of cancer. The palace says his medical team identified, quote, a separate issue of concern while he was being treated for a benign prostate enlargement last month. The palace also says he will postpone public-facing duties while he undergoes treatment. It comes less than a year since his coronation. Let's go straight to our chief
Wow. Okay. That's crazy. Old guy with millions has cancer. Anyway, billions, for the record. Billions. Tax-free billions, yes. Of course, we don't wish anybody any harm. That's crazy, just out of nowhere.
Stefan Konstantin Dimitrashe donated RON 25 through Super Chat. Sony wants it compatible with PS4 and PS5. If it runs the full PS4 digital library with no repurchase necessary, I'll buy that thing day one.
Yeah, that's pretty compelling. If it can actually run PS4 games day one, that I think is a big enough deal that could actually find some success. So I agree. I agree. That could do it. If they can pull it off. But time will tell. I think it makes sense that they do this, that they get it out the door. It's just going to take a little while, I think. But I don't know. Hot take: Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will be another failed expectations title. I want to know what their expectations are. Like, I'm surprised that, like, I'm just saying this personally in my bubble, okay? This is just my bubble. I'm not seeing the same level of hype for that as, like, I'm seeing for Dragon's Dogma 2. I'm seeing more people talk about Dragon's Dogma 2 in comment sections, in Twitter threads, emails, DMs, and stuff like that than I'm seeing bring up Final Fantasy VII, which is very surprising. It really reminds me of last year with Final Fantasy 16. Very similar vibe, personally. So I'm interested in seeing how it plays out, because I think that it looks like it's going to be really, really good. I'm sure it's going to be very successful, but it just depends on how good. Like, can it live up to whatever their internal expectations and projections are? So I don't know. I'm sure it still sells like crazy. I just don't know if they're expecting, like, are they expecting Hogwarts Legacy or Pal World numbers, or are they expecting something a little more tame? I'm just honestly not sure what their expectations are, internal or otherwise. But I mean, the other possibility with all this, and this is very, very possible, is just that it's one of those games that everybody's like, yep, I'm going to get it. And so they don't need to talk about it, right? It's like, yep, looks amazing, going to get it. Because that is a thing. That is a phenomenon we've seen before, where it's just like the game that everybody assumes that, like, it's just an accepted thing, that it's going to be great and we're going to buy it. And that's it, full stop. And so they just don't need to discuss it, speculate. They just wait for it to release and then buy it. Like, it very well could just be that, which would be very funny.
Street Shadow donated $4.99 through Super Chat. PS teams are separate, but especially platform and studios. I work on platform and have no clue what studios does, vice versa.
Especially platform and studio. I work on the platform, no clue what the studio does, vice versa. Exactly, Street. Thank you for the 5, by the way. Yeah, I mean, that's why, like, when people are like, oh, they're struggling with these games, why are they also working on this hardware project? It's like, they're different. They're different things. There's, one hand is doing this, the other hand's over here doing that. I don't know what this is, but they're doing stuff. Things are happening. Things are happening. Oh, should we do our daily check? Hold on. Okay. 7,800. It is a Monday, but the whole weekend didn't peak 13,459. And again, not great. Ooh. Ooh. That hurts. That one hurts. That's an ouchie. Borderline boo-boo. Right on the edge. Oh, man. Okay. What are my thoughts on the Vision Pro? I canceled my order for it. Once I saw the early impressions and people put it on and were like, it's so heavy. It feels like I strapped a brick to my forehead. I was like, okay, then I don't want it. And also the lack of software it was just unacceptable. It was crazy. There's no YouTube app. It's ridiculous. That's crazy. Did you see the dude driving his Tesla with it on? Yeah, there was one guy I saw got arrested for doing that. I don't know if the video that was initially going around was like that. Let's see, Tesla Vision Pro. Maybe, yeah, I saw this one with this guy doing this, and then it was like, I think it's staged. I don't know. Or maybe it's actually real. What a prick. What a prick. Did it actually say if he's been actually arrested? I don't know, because it looked a little staged to me. We were contacted by Gizmodo, Dante Lentini. Yeah, the video was a skit. Yeah, I thought it looked too staged. But he also definitely has his Vision Pro on. Maybe he has the pass-through on right here, and then he turns it off, and he's just miming. I don't know. And then he was in the right place at the right time. That's why we filmed the police. In other words, he filmed cops on unrelated duties to make people believe that he was arrested. Shocker. Social media thing is faked. That's funny. And then this one is one that went around. What? I'm surprised they don't have, like, Apple doesn't have something for tracking if you're in a car. But I guess how would they do that? They'd have to pair it to your phone, and when your phone goes into driving mode, it does it. But technically, you should probably be able to use it on a plane or on a bus or in the passenger seat. So it still would just be you manually overriding it and saying, I'm not driving, like you do on your phone. But man, that's so stupid. That's so stupid. Like, here's the thing. The Tesla self-driving thing, it's pretty good. It's technically better than an unassisted driver by a factor of like 4. I think a totally unassisted driver gets in an accident like once every million miles or something like that is what the stat says. It's like 1.2 million or something. And then an autopilot driver, assisted driver, is like once every 4.5 million miles. So it's technically speaking, according to the data, way safer than an unassisted driver. But that's assuming that you're still with your eyes on the road, ready to intervene if you have to. This is just irresponsible. And it's so selfish too. Like, that's what bugs me, is that it's not just you on the road. Like, if something happens, somebody jumps in front of the car, or, you know, somebody smashes their red lights on, whatever it is, like, you could kill somebody because you wanted to finger the air with your Vision Pro on. You know, like, it's just so selfish. It's so damn selfish to do shit like this. It's the same thing with, like, when people are on their phones, just like straight up scrolling, and they're not even in like a self-driving car. They're just like scrolling their phone while driving down the highway. I see that all the time. It's like, yeah, you had to scroll Instagram right now. What are you talking about? Like, come on, dude. But I also love that the mouth is slightly a gap. It just makes it look even stupider. It's so dumb. Oh man, you don't want to finger the air? Yeah. Those car videos are literally fake. I watched Casey Neistat's review. He tried using it on the train, but once the train started moving, he was unable to get the windows to stay because of the background. Yeah, well, this other one we pulled up is fake. Like, this one they confirmed is fake. He even said it's fake. The police were there on an unrelated thing. He threw on the headset to make it look like he was being arrested for the memes. And prior to that, he has like pass through on. It's still irresponsible to do this. But he's like miming it while the pass through's on. So some of them are fake, sure. I would say you shouldn't have it on at all, because it puts you, like, they're basically goggles. It shrinks your field of view. So it's still irresponsible even if they're staged, but I don't know, man. He rode his boosted board with it on. Really? Talk about motion sickness city. That sounds like a mess. I haven't seen a Casey Neistat video in a while. He's that guy. Did he move back to New York?
Yeah, I mean, your eyes are closed. There's too much teeth,
Oh my god.
I think. I don't know.
I want to make a review. Come help me.
All right, sounds good.
All right, meet you downstairs at 5.
All right.
All right, if you want like a normal review of this thing, I can't recommend enough to go watch Marquez Brownlee's. His is fantastic. This is a different, like, I kind of have a different take on this and different questions. And that,
Dude, the eyes are so googly-eyed. I don't know, man.
that's what this is. But Marquez's is really good.
What is this thing that I'm holding? Literally.
Oh man. One day they'll be good. Like one day they'll be just like glasses and you won't be able to tell. But right now it's just like the stereotypical meme of like the guy sitting in the coffee shop with the brand new like MacBook Pro because he just wants everybody to know that he has it. Oh man, it's just so stupid looking. I got sponsored by a company called Vitcher. And these things are really cool. I still use them all the time. But these things are super badass. If you guys remember us talking about these, and they're like, they look like regular glasses, a little bit thicker from the full side profile. As you can see, like they have this, but they have full on displays built in that reflect down on this glass, and then they can track your head movement. So they have to wire into your phone. There's a cable that runs off the side, like down your back, just like you can see here. It kind of magnetically clips on, but you plug it into your phone or into like a little neck band that can play its own like Netflix or whatever, or you can connect it to a gaming console and then the console projects it onto the display. And in your field of view, it looks like 100+ inch screen. Like it just looks like a big floating thing out there. And it works pretty well. It's not like full interactivity, whatever thing, but as far as like a big screen without actually having to have it in front of you, it works really well. I use it on the plane all the time because I hate when you're like sitting in a plane seat and then you have to like stare down at your phone and your neck is killing you, or you have to like hold it up here or try to brace it on the like table thing in front of you and it doesn't really work. This is great because you just like keep your neck back and you can just see the huge screen. It works great. But this Vision Pro thing, man, it just looks kind of stupid. I just find it funny. Phil Spencer tweeted. Okay, what did he say? Phil Spencer. We're listening and we hear you. We've been planning a business update event for the next week. Where we look forward to sharing more details with you about our vision for the future of Xbox. Stay tuned. I don't know. To me, that just sounds like if he was going to say that nothing's happening, he would just say that. So yeah, I mean, I think they're going multi-plat, at least after a year or two of exclusivity. Yeah. Oh God, a week of delusional hysteria from people thinking that the $3 trillion company is going under. God save us. It's time not for Game Pass on third-party platforms, even if it's just cloud-based. If they let them, I don't know if PlayStation would let them, but imagine if xCloud comes to the PlayStation. It'd be great. Xbox community is hurting. We deserve answers. Hopefully the answers will be extensive. I don't know. I guess I'm so far out of the bubble that I just don't understand how people could be like, we're hurting because you might bring some of our games to another platform after they've been exclusive for years and years. Like, I just don't get it. I honestly just don't understand how people could say that it's like, we're hurting. We're struggling so much right now. I just don't get it. I honestly don't get it. Those people who attach their personalities to brands. Yeah, like I just feel like I'm missing a huge part of it, because I do not understand how somebody could have this reaction to the news that Sea of Thieves and maybe Starfield and some other games could come to other platforms. I just don't get it. It's shocking to me. Like, we're hurting. This is the language you say when like a friend passes away. I'm hurting. Not when a game that's been out since, I don't know when Sea of Thieves launched, like 2017, 18. A game that's been out for like 4 or 5 years is coming to the Switch and possibly the PlayStation. We're hurting right now. Like, what? I just don't get it. I feel like you're taking crazy pills. I feel like I'm taking crazy pills too. Me too. Same thing happened when Sony started selling their games on PC. Oh yeah, dude. I remember those guys. Well, Luke, you didn't waste your hard-earned money on an Xbox. I did. I have one there, and then I have another one down there. That like white thing is a Series S that I have not plugged in since we moved in because I don't really have a reason to use it, which is part of the problem. But it's because like any Xbox game I could just play on PC. So why would I play it on that when I can just play it on the PC? So yeah. So a paperweight. Yeah, technically. I think there is actually paper underneath it. So it's technically a paperweight, yes. So yeah, it's just, tribalism exists on every platform. Yeah. Sea of Thieves, no problem. All live service can be sent to PS5, but single player they should keep. But after a year or two, do people really care? Like after you've played these games, like does it really matter? Like especially when it's already been failing. Like it's already been failing. How they've been doing it is not working. So they're trying to find a different way to make these games and single player or otherwise more viable. If they're bringing these games to like PlayStation day one, I agree that's stupid. I agree it would be reason to be upset if they were saying that like Fable, Indiana Jones, those games day one on PlayStation. I agree that kind of sucks. It's still available on Game Pass, presumably, so that is kind of a saving grace for sure. But that, as far as my understanding of all the rumors and everything that's been said, that's not what they're suggesting. They're suggesting that after like a year or two of exclusivity, they bring it to another platform to sell separately. And I just don't understand why people would be that upset about it. I genuinely don't get it. I just don't get it. As long as I get Game Pass and have that day one for their AAA on PC, I couldn't care less. It's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, Infinite Variants. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. I think it's due to gamer score and game libraries. How would the game becoming available on PS5 affect that? I don't understand how that would affect it. If like you can still boost your gamer score, complete the game on Xbox, and then it comes to PlayStation later, like how does that affect your gamer score? I still don't understand why we even have exclusive games to try and sell consoles. But if you're not selling consoles even with exclusive games, why have exclusives? Which is their point right now. Is they're like, the only reason we would keep it exclusive is to sell more consoles. The consoles are not selling, so why would we have these? You know, it doesn't really make sense. What's up, Hellspawn? People didn't care about Sea of Thieves a month after it came out. Good for them expanding to other consoles. I mean, I've been playing Sea of Thieves for years. Granted, like once every 3 months we play for like 4 or 5 hours, then don't touch it again. But I have a good time with Sea of Thieves. It's a fun like party group game, and I think it could do well with a bigger community for sure. No, how dare they release Redfall on PlayStation? It would be really funny if that's one of the games they announced they're bringing to to PlayStation. That would actually be reason to be really upset if they spent all this time like going and like porting Redfall to the PS5 when they didn't even fix it yet, that would be reason to be upset. I would give you that. That would be reason enough. But it would also be really, really funny to be like, yeah, we're going to share the love with PlayStation. Take our worst game. It would be really, really funny. That would be really funny. You're saying Gene Park has a good tweet explaining why they're hurt. Let's see. I guess I don't think this is good thing inside. Xbox can afford to compete and should. I just don't know how well an Xbox console does if its only selling point is Game Pass, while PlayStation is where you can play Spider-Man and Indiana Jones. Lesser competition, I think, is a valid concern. So I think that's fair. Oh, thank you, my babe. Look at this. Everybody. She made me tacos. Fish tacos, babe. Meow. Jesus. Let's see. Why are people getting mad their game is on a different plastic box? Because if $500 meant a lot to me, I'd be salty to invest it on the plastic box that only had Starfield but not Final Fantasy VII Remake and Spider-Man. Instead, I could just spend it on the box that does. Okay. But again, like, we're talking about like 2 years down the road or a year down the road. I mean, it's just, I think it's like, yeah, it sucks if you were really trying to put all your eggs in the basket. I still think it's weird to put that much of your, I guess, that much emotion into a console purchase, but I can understand some people might do that. But yeah, you can see like Microsoft is considering bringing Indiana Jones to PS5 several months after the Xbox. If it's like a 3-month period, then I can start to understand the frustration. With all this, I think a lot of it lands on timelines. If it's like 3 months after, it's like, hey, we're launching Indiana Jones in November, and on January 15th or in February 1st, you can play it on PlayStation. Then I think, I can understand why you're frustrated. As long as it's still on Game Pass, I think the value proposition is still there, specifically if Game Pass is not available on PlayStation. Because Xbox at this point has basically just become a Game Pass box, it seems. So I think if Game Pass, for example, went to PlayStation, then there really is no reason at all to play on PlayStation. I don't think it's that easy to just bring Game Pass to PlayStation. And I also am not sure if PlayStation would allow that. I don't know if they can prevent it legally, but because don't they offer like EA Access or EA Play or whatever it's called, and Ubisoft Plus? Don't they do that, or is that only on PC? I thought you could get those on console. Yeah, of course Xbox still exists. Yeah, no, I mean, it's silly to be like, Xbox is gonna die now. I think that's ridiculous. 6-month lead on Xbox hurts nobody. The people that want their Xboxes will buy them. The majority of people want PlayStations and PCs according to the numbers. Go where the money is. Subs Anderson. Jolion, good to see you from Santa Barbara. Ooh, baby. Microsoft would be making more money, which is what they're trying to do. I don't understand why people don't realize that. Console, well, they do. They just feel betrayed by it. As an Xbox fan, I prefer the Xbox ecosystem and the menu design as well as the controller design, but as long as I can get those some way, I don't really care where they release games. The more Halo fans, the merrier. Lol. I chose Xbox instead, despite my friends choosing PlayStation because I wanted the Bethesda games. Now I'm separated, all in vain. But again, like a year or two later for Starfield, if you buy anything for one specific benefit, getting one thing exclusively, Like if I have to choose one streaming service and I choose HBO and I sign up for that to watch The Last of Us show, then The Last of Us show is done, it releases, and then it comes to Amazon Prime and I can buy it separately or whatever it might be that it comes to. And then I feel super betrayed and I'm angry and upset by it. I'm like, this is just how it works. Like they're just trying to find a way to make money, make the most money. I don't know. It's just turn around to conversation. Luke, Xbox is going to be murdered now. Yeah. Not quite. I'm not angry, just a bit annoyed. Yeah, I think it's fair to be annoyed, and it's also fair to poke fun at them for like spending billions of dollars on acquisitions and then to flip it around and start selling stuff. But then again, they've been very clear. They've said for years now that they're like, hey, our goal is to sell games and sell the most games to the most players on the most platforms. That's been their goal. That Satya Nadella has said that for months and months and months, if not years. Phil Spencer has said that. And we all were like, yo, that's just like a fun marketing thing. I think that's real. I think their goal as Xbox is to sell as many games to as many people as possible. If that happens to be through like an Xbox, cool. If you buy their games through a PlayStation, they still are selling games and they're still happy. If you buy it through PC, through Steam, they're still happy. If you buy it through the Xbox app or use Game Pass or whatever, they're still happy. Xbox's whole thing is just about selling and getting you software, distributing software to you. That's all it is. This assumption that the plastic box really matters is an assumption I think that was sold to you at the start of the generation, which is perhaps why I think it's fair to be frustrated at this point. But it's clear that that fight has been lost. So they're trying to do something else, something different. And the plastic box to them is now a cool side thing. And I understand it's called Xbox, so you'd expect that their Xboxes are like a centerpiece of their strategy. But they've been trying that for like 20 years and have not been able to consistently win anything out. I do get the betrayed feeling because if I bought a console for the exclusives and then the better console gets my exclusives, I would feel like I wasted my money on a lie. I just think, again, the timeline matters here. Day one, fair to be upset. 3 months later, probably fair to be upset. A year, I think it starts to get to the point where it's like, you played the game a year ago and you're upset that now another platform is getting it. I think cry me a river at that point. Beyond that, though, like, to me, I think a year is a good amount of time for it to be exclusive, for people to feel like there's value in the brand. Game Pass also really increases value because if it's like, hey, yeah, PlayStation can get the game for $70, I didn't have to pay anything extra for it because I have Game Pass. And I got it a year before you. I think that that's valuable. I think that counts. In the end, if all the games I'm hyped for end up good, I don't really care if they release on PS5, but $550 is a big investment as a student. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. It's just like, I think personally for me, I think more people playing more games is better for the gaming community. I do understand people feel like they're buying into a platform and they should get certain benefits by buying into the platform. And by bringing some of these games to other platforms, they feel like they've lost some of that value. I think after a year or two, who cares? Like, I just don't see how it really matters. If anything, it could make your experience with the game better because with like online games, more players, it's better. There could be more players engaging with Starfield, more player numbers, so they can justify putting more resources into improving the game faster. That could very well be a possibility. So there's other potential benefits to it. I can understand why people feel like they bought into an ecosystem under false pretenses, but I think the pretenses were established. I just think the post tenses have changed. I think they sold everybody a console thinking things would work out a certain way. And over the last 3 years, going on 4 years of this console generation, it's just become clear that what they're doing isn't working and they need to change it. And so they're doing that. Have you seen or heard how they're deleting negative reviews on Steam? I myself have seen reviews that have now vanished. Oh, for Suicide Squad? Yeah, there's something weird going on there. Because earlier in the stream when we checked it, there were 4,100 reviews listed as having been placed, which is very low. But there are 4,100 reviews listed, but the like overall very positive whatever was out of 2,100 or 24. I think it was 2,400 reviews. So it was weird. It's like, why are almost 2,000 of them just missing from that consideration? But then another place on the listing shows 4,100 at, you know, very positive. It just was very confusing. So I think Steam's anti-review bomb systems are kicking in, and that's why it looks like that. My understanding is developers can't delete Steam reviews, but Steam has a system to reduce the possibility of like mass downvote campaigns or review bombing and stuff like that. So they have systems that kick in and prevent that from happening. And I think that's probably what is happening now. So give it a month or two once those systems lift and more people kind of can more freely come in and vote. And I think you'll see something else. Uh-oh. Stream freeze. Are we back? That was weird. The stream froze for a bit. Wasn't rendering like it was network related. We back? Everybody good? Say in chat if we're good. On my screen, I'm showing we're good, but yeah, it froze for like a solid 10-15 seconds. That was a lot. Okay, I'm eating my tacos. Should we finish out Casey's funny googly-eyed thing? Should we finish that out? I'll play it. Okay. We're gonna finish this and then I'll eat my tacos quickly and then we'll get back to gaming. I just want to see what he thinks because somebody said he's on his boosted board trying it and everything. I don't know. Actually, I'm gonna ask you guys in chat, what price point would make you buy one of these? The answer might be nothing. You're just totally uninterested. That's fine. But at what price point would you seriously consider buying one of these? I want to know.
How do you find it?
I had it for like an hour.
Yeah, okay. Can you put windows up now if you want to?
Yeah, so like I can put a window up now, but when I start walking, they like go away.
They fade away.
Yeah,
cool. Well, enjoy it.
Yeah, take care.
All right, you too, man.
Get a random pile of bricks, an old toilet.
I found the restroom.
And a bunch of random wooden poles.
There's more poles.
Pile it.
Let's pile onto that boat and leave.
And as you can see, but later in this video, we're going to 100 Island and also
the girl taking a picture
Super Island. But first, we're gonna head over to strategy for interacting with people. They gaslight you into thinking.
So, if you're moving a lot while you're moving, this thing comes up that says tracking failed. So it doesn't track if you're moving a lot, so there's nothing for the sensors to like lock onto. It doesn't know where to put stuff. But standing at a subway stop watching a Mr. Beast video is a pretty special experience. Hold on, Jordan, let me try to figure out how to...
It seems like an attention-seeking monster's dream. You put this on, you walk in public, everybody's staring at you.
What do you think?
It's interesting. I can't imagine why you're looking at.
I'm looking at you right now.
Oh, okay.
I can see you clear as day. You got on a blue tie with a beautiful tie pin at the top, so I can see you.
I get off here. Enjoy your adventure.
Bye bye. I opened up Apple TV and it was like this window right here, Jordan. And as he started to move, the window went away with the subway car. You can't use windows if you're in like if there's a lot of like kinetic movement. And I imagine it works in an airplane because the airplane is so steady, but this is a subway and it's back.
That's surprising because like everything in his line of sight except out the windows is stationary, but through the windows it's like tracking. It has to have like an accelerometer because I don't think it has a GPS or anything. So it's got to be using an accelerometer to tell that it's moving and accelerating, and that then the window leaves behind. But I don't know why they wouldn't let this thing work in like a subway or a train. That's weird. You know, it feels like that's kind of an oversight because this just doesn't seem to let you use windows when you're in a train, which is kind of a big deal.
Bouncing. So I gotta wait till we get there. I have this thing tethered to my iPhone. It seems to be working well enough, but for some reason when I try to open Safari, it won't open.
Oh, that's another good point I hadn't thought of. So it doesn't have any like LTE or anything. So it has to be tethered to your phone to have any sort of connection, or it has to be connected to Wi-Fi. So in like an airport, you'd have to tether it to your phone or something else. I wonder if you can have like a show downloaded on your... I know you can have stuff downloaded to it, but I wonder how open it is. Can you have like Plex downloaded on the Vision Pro? I doubt it. He's that guy.
I was just responding to text messages.
No way! You're the only person I wanted to meet. In case I missed that, I can't tell.
Did you not tell?
No way. Oh my god. We were just
Oh
my god! No way! I'm actually freaking.
The idea that I could have my whole like computer digital online world that exists in the real world, that's what feels like is bigger than AR or VR. Like I have the Oculus, it's great, but it definitely feels like a toy. This feels like a little glimpse into the future of what computing could be like down the road. Why is everybody staring at me? Do I look as ridiculous as those people make me feel like I look?
Your eyes are glowing.
How you doing? Jordan, you're standing right in front of my Mr. Beast video. Come right there. Okay.
Years ago. This used to be a bar? Yep. Yeah, you want to...
Yeah, and you have to watch it through Safari because it doesn't have a YouTube app.
Walk under this...
So the idea of spatial computing, it doesn't make sense to me when I'm sitting in my office. I've got multiple screens. But right now I'm like in the city. I'm in the middle of Times Square. I've got my virtual keyboard here. I've got Apple TV there. I got YouTube Safari's open here. And it all kind of works. Like this, what I've got going on right now, this is wild. It's impossible for me to imagine that you can't see what I can see. Everything seems so real, and then I can just stand up.
No, there's no YouTube app on this because this uses like Vision Pro iOS or Vision OS or whatever they call it. So it's different. My understanding is that it can run some iPad apps like on the hardware and it shows up as a window. So I don't know actually if you can run the iPad YouTube app, but I know that there is no official YouTube app for the Vision Pro. But how to get mugged. Yeah, that's how I think you can tell if you're from like a smaller town. I look at this and I get stressed out because I'm like, it's a very expensive headset. I'd be worried about people coming and like ripping it off your head and just sprinting away, but you can't? You can't? Okay. Apparently you can't. So yeah, that's the whole thing. Yeah, top 50 app developers are not even releasing apps on it. Yeah, maybe they eventually will, but I just think right now it's like they know that the number of people that are actually going to be using it is so little that it's not really worth it. Dude, if you've never been to a Krispy Kreme, you've got to go because they make them like real right there, frost them and everything. It's awesome. They'll give you a donut and it's still warm as it comes off the conveyor belt. It's fantastic.
Guys, your donuts.
Thank you. The butterfly is eating my donut. Concept for this video was to run around New York City wearing these because I thought
he sounds like a schizophrenic. The butterfly's landing on my donut, guys. Yeah, it does seem really insane. I think like the biggest hurdle for this to overcome is just that it's not socially acceptable. And I don't really see a situation in which it becomes socially acceptable. Because I think for pretty much indefinitely, people are going to see you doing this or wearing this in public. And yeah, they'll take pictures of you, but it's not laughing at you. It's like laughing. It's not laughing with you. It's laughing at you, I think. So until it's socially acceptable to wear this, I don't know if it finds any mainstream success at all. Because like he was saying, when you're in your office, it doesn't really make sense to use because you can just have more computers. Like you could straight up, if the purpose of this is to have bigger displays, for $3,500, you could just get a bigger display. Like you just do it. Like, what are we talking about? So you got to get these smaller. If they got into like a form factor of a regular pair of glasses, it becomes much more viable. But of course, that's a ways off. And you got to shake the social taboo. And videos of like people pretending to use this in a car and stuff don't help.
I thought that would be funny. I think it was funny. But something happened. Something happened today that was completely unexpected. And that something
I got mugged.
I don't think anyone else has really touched on. None of the reviews I've seen or read, none of them really put to words what I experienced. So when you take these off, they kind of go to sleep like your phone. And when you put them back on, you have to unlock them. They scan your eyeballs. And then to start screen recording, go through it takes a second. So rather than doing that, I just left these on the entire day. The like 2.5 hour battery pack you can plug into a fatter battery, so I never ran out of battery power. And
bro's got 2 battery banks for this headset that costs $3,500. That's crazy.
After a couple of hours of running around the streets of New York, as in not in a controlled environment, my brain sort of clicked and it just forgot that I was looking through cameras and screens, and it took what it saw as reality. And that is where that profound moment came from. And what occurred to me as I was sitting there in Times Square on a bench, strangers all around me, the real world moving all around me. But I had like a big screen up where I was watching a Mr. Beast video. And then over here I had this keyboard that I could interact with. And over here I had my iMessages. And over here I had my Apple TV and then all of my apps. And they're floating in Times Square, in the middle of New York City. They're floating there, and I'm actually there. And there's actual humans around me. And in that moment, I was like, holy shit, this is it. This is the future of computing that everyone's been promising for like the last 15 years. This is something that like let me like truly peek into where all of this is going. This isn't the future of AR or VR. I think this is the future interface for all computing. I think when they figure out how to make these not be these heavy $4,000 metal ski goggles, but maybe they look like these glasses or something even smaller, that is what it'll be. In the morning, you won't remember your phone. You put it on, and then that's it. And it's like, hold on, I've got a call. Hey, what's up, Mom? I'll call you back. You look great, by the way. And that's what it's going to look like. And these show you that. These reveal that. I'm like, as a geek, that was the thing I've been looking for forever. And they did it right here on a product that has like, a product that is so new. This has been out for 12 hours, and I felt it. So I don't know that I recommend you should buy one of these at $4,000, because I can promise you this. This will be the worst Vision Pro Apple ever ships. It is going to get so much better. All right, and maybe I'll make another video that makes more sense of this, but
yeah, it's the Quest 3 can do the same thing. Yeah, it's apparently, I have not tried it, but apparently the like displays are very good. You'd hope for 4,000 or 3,500 bucks it is. The eye tracking is great. You know, all of the tech inside is very, very good. However, there are some huge lacking features. You know, hardly any apps or software for it. I think there's 600 apps that have been developed specifically for it, which initially is like, ooh, 600. But like there are millions and millions of apps on the App Store, and they've only gotten 600 on this. So it's there's a lot of potential problems with it, I think. But it seems like it could be cool to use. I think my frustration is that it's not really clear what this is designed for, because right now it's too big and clunky to be worn the way that he wore it, like out in public with just like, oh, I have my texts on this side of my vision. So if I'm walking around and I just want to peek over, oh yeah, he responded. Let me respond real quick. Boop. Okay. Responded. And then keep going. And then maybe I have a show up here while I'm sitting on the train or in a plane or car or whatever. That's where I think it starts to make sense, because it complements your life, and as you go through your day-to-day, it complements it. But anything other than that, it doesn't seem to have much use. And even engineers that have worked at Apple that came forward and were talking about this, they were like, yeah, we also are not really sure what the purpose of this is. It's a product that we built in search of a solution. So it's like a thing that probably accomplishes something. We're just not sure what it is, what it accomplishes. And that's kind of a problem for me. I kind of need to know what the point of it is. Why does this exist? What's the point? So, I don't know, like I said, I canceled my order when I heard how uncomfortable it was. I was like, okay, we were going to try to do it. And the other thing was that we wanted to try to make videos with it, being like gaming on the Vision Pro, but there are like no apps, no games. I thought for sure there were going to be at least a couple of games or something, but there really is not much of anything. So what are you gonna do? Real AR might be the Neuralink. Yeah, I think the day that Elon gets it himself is the day I'll consider getting a Neuralink or something, but he's always been very, very hesitant to say if or when he would get it, which I think is kind of telling. But all of you saying that this is the first gen Apple thing, it gets way better. Absolutely right. Absolutely right. I think second gen, third gen, it'll start to make more sense. But it's just going to take some time before it gets there. Neuralink does not show you anything. You're right. Neuralink, the promise is that it can do stuff like brain stimulation to try and like make it so you don't need to sleep, at least hardly at all. Make it so you don't have to do this or that, and improve your focus. And that's what it's hoping to do. As for whether that actually works, I kind of doubt it, but we'll see. Cyberpsychosis, yeah, it turns you into a what do they call them in Cyberpunk? Oh god, I'm blanking. Crap, what do they call it? Is it just cyberpsycho? It's cyberpsychosis. Like, what is it when you're one of those? Cyberpsycho. Jeez, dude. Okay. And people having it $3,000 now will make tons of people pay 1,000 3 generations. Yeah, it's like the original iPad was super chunky. Like the original Apple Watch was really ugh and gross. Original iPhone was also really bad. So there's just a, it's a common thing. Does anybody know anything about this Apex Legends redesign? Or like next update, or I don't know. There's something happening with it where allegedly things are changing a lot. Does anybody know anything about that? I think I ever get the Neuralink 2 ghosts in a shell like to me. Someone hacks your brain. No. For me, I would do it if it would let me not sleep anymore. I don't like sleeping. I'd like to be able to never sleep again. But yeah, it's the Breakout launch trailer. But I don't know if it'll actually be able to deliver that. I'm gonna wait for a lot of testing to come out before I do it. But yeah, we'll just have to see if they can actually pull it off. This is apparently the future of Apex. There's like a breakout mode. What is this? Is this like an extraction shooter version? I hadn't heard anything about this.
I got you, legend.
Thanks for the save.
Hey, you good? So, hero, what's the plan?
How about run?
I just assume whenever anything new comes to any shooter, it's just it's just a freaking extraction shooter.
Free girl. Ha! Someone's got sticky fingers.
I think I'm gonna lose me line.
You're good, amigo. Let's freaking go.
Taking damage all year.
You are lucky I am here to save you. Follow me. Now.
Teamwork, Reed? That's not like you.
Wow, that view is a work of art. The view being me, of course.
Both are very arty.
I don't understand what it is.
Destroy are the real legends.
Hey, you ready for another round, shooter?
Start a fight.
You promise.
I don't get it. I don't understand. Let's see. New season is called Breakout. Okay, brings Legends upgrades, enhance each Legend's armor and abilities, and players can earn Breakout rewards when 6 Legends become unlocked through the season. Additionally, Ranked has updated with high risk, high reward system that incentivizes combat through each ranked split. 5th anniversary collection event will be available this season, featuring straight shot, LTM, and anniversary themed maps, and players can collect all 24 seasons. So it's just a new season. Can we get a new map? I don't know, man. It's just a season. They made it out like the future of Apex. And it just looks like Apex. I don't understand how it's the future. I don't understand. I don't get it. Amen, brother Asman.
Did you hear about Google violating its own TOS on YouTube ads? Here, let me give you a little bit of fucking advice, right? You ever see how Hunter Biden never goes to jail? Isn't that interesting? You ever see how Hillary Clinton never goes to jail, Bill Clinton never goes to jail, Donald Trump never goes to jail? None of them ever go to jail. Jeffrey Epstein never went to jail until like the very end, right? You know why that is? It's because if you write the rules, you don't have to follow them. So why would you get mad at Google for writing their own rules? They don't have to follow those rules because they write the fucking rules. Did you hear about Google violating its own TOS on?
I don't know what that's referring to, the break-in TOS. Oh, look at this. See, back some of these videos, dude, I had like fun camera angles. I set them up all over the place. Like we had this over the shoulder camera angle for a bit for some reason. And it showed like my old monitor. And then I used to have my gaming PC there. And then I had the other PC stacked on top of it, because I didn't have anywhere else to put it. So I had both. And dude, I had this like f1.2 lens that I thought was so buttery, silky, smooth. So I used it for everything. It's just bokeh-licious. And then the front on camera, I think, was like, it was fine. It was workable. Yeah. So you're saying you're boring now? Dude, I swap around setups so frequently. Like all the time. Oh, this sequence. People still get pissy when I talk about this. Problematic symptoms of a new prescription you got for like what am I talking just would have. I'm sorry to be the like bummer guy, but
I just didn't know where to look.
like I'm sorry, I took an acting class in college. If I had delivered this performance, I would have received a failing grade. I just would have. Like, you're supposed to sound like you're acting and performing, not like you're reciting the possible like problematic symptoms of a new prescription you got for like irritable bowel syndrome. Jesus. I you know what? I stand by it. This whole scene is like the worst scene in the whole game. It's laughably terrible. Laughably terrible. How anybody gave her a part, I don't know, but it was bad. It was really bad. Watch some funny Jinxie moments. Jinxie like gives me like, he breaks my brain because he does the rolling R thing and he constantly does the like pouty face. And it like gives me a headache. It's like my brain tries to think of doing that. It's just funny. It's just funny. It just breaks my brain. I'm bored by this Ghost Island. I've never bothered to play Death Stranding. Dude, it's so much worse when you're actually committed to the story. It's bad. It's bad. I think that was only a year ago or like a year and a half. Wasn't that long ago. It's crazy how fast time flies though. It's wild. See anything on Where Winds Meet? I don't think so. That doesn't ring a bell. Persona 3 Reload looks good. Is there anything else? Is there anything else I'm missing? So no hopes for Death Stranding 2? No, I think Death Stranding 2 looks really good. My whole thing with Death Stranding is that I've always had fun with those games, or with Kojima games. Death Stranding I had fun with. I find it enjoyable and relaxing in a lot of ways. But I personally think that he is terrible at writing dialogue. Like really bad at writing dialogue. And I just think that like it's not his strong suit. It's not his strong suit. So I think he needs like a co-writer or a co-director or something to level him out. Otherwise, it's just you can't even understand what he's trying to communicate because the speech goes on for half an hour and it's so meandering and mumbling and it just doesn't really work. And so you're like, I need something else. You got to break this up for me. Break it up for me. And it's just more and more and more and more dialogue. So I hope that Death Stranding kind of levels it out and chills out with it and is a little bit more tame. But we'll see. We'll see. Matthew, thank you for the 2. What if Nintendo made a game with Zelda as a girl? I feel like this is bait for something. I think he means playing as Zelda. Oh. This is breaking my brain. I'm like, okay. So like are you saying if they turn Link into a girl, or are you saying if you played as Zelda? Would that work? I'm also lost. I'm also lost. I don't really know. I think it could work. I don't think there's any limitations. With Zelda as the main character you play as. I mean, at this point, Link is the Legend of Zelda, which is kind of funny because it's Zelda, Legend of Zelda, but it's Link. But so like, I think they could probably find a way to do like a God of War thing where there's a playable character on the side that you could play as. But I think Link pretty much is the Legend of Zelda, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom, Wind Waker, like Ocarina of Time. Like, I don't think you can really separate the two. Yeah, officially breaking. Microsoft to share details on bringing Xbox games to PlayStation next week. They moved up an important business update to address fan concerns. They were going to do it at the end of February. They're doing it now. Microsoft explained share details about its plans to bring Hi-Fi Rush and other Xbox exclusives to PS5 and Nintendo Switch consoles, according to a source familiar with Microsoft's plans. Details of Microsoft's multi-platform plans have been gradually leaking. The Verge revealing over the weekend that the upcoming Indiana Jones game is being considered for PS5. Now Microsoft is getting ready to outline the future of Xbox next week after a weekend of leaks and uncertainty for Xbox fans. We're listening to you and we hear you, says Microsoft Gaming CEO Phil Spencer in a post to X. We've been planning a business update event for next week where we look forward to sharing more details with you about our vision for the future of Xbox. Stay tuned. So we're listening and we hear you. It seems like most hardcore Xbox fans just want them to backtrack and keep everything exclusive. I don't think Xbox is going to do that. If they were going to do that, I think he would have been like, we're going to address these false rumors or something. I think he would do something like that to quell the concerns. So I see this and it sounds to me like it's true. And they're just going to explain why it's true. We're told Microsoft was originally planning this update for later this month alongside an announcement for Hi-Fi Rush and for PS5 and Switch. After speculation around Hi-Fi Rush, Starfield, and other Xbox games coming to PS5 and testified over the weekend, Microsoft has moved up its announcement. And Datamine Game Assets hinted at a release of Hi-Fi Rush for the PS5 and the Switch. Yeah. And they're also probably bringing Sea of Thieves. Now Microsoft will have to address rumors head on and explain its new Xbox strategy and what the future holds for gaming after. Yeah, it's gonna be a cause for a lot of drama, but I think they're gonna do it, and people will get used to it, and then it is what it is. Hey Corey, if they're doing a press event to share the details, yes, multiple games are going multi-platform. Otherwise, they would have just said not happening to the rumors. Hell, even if certain games are going multiplayer, quick press release would suffice. Yeah, I think they're going to explain fully what they're doing now, or no way they'll announce exiting the console market. I don't think they're exiting the console market. I think they're just straight up bringing things to the other platforms after a certain period of time. If they commit to that, I think quells concerns. Just something. But like the potential for them to bring Indiana Jones after 3 months, that to me is not, that doesn't work. But if it's like a year of exclusivity, I think that works. Or if they stress very heavily, all of these games, Xbox Studio games, are included on Game Pass day one. That's what we commit to. They might come to another platform where they'll have to pay full price, but they will be on Game Pass day one as part of your subscription. That I think people can understand. Plot twist: 2023, Microsoft releases Xbox games, PlayStation making an exit to the hardware console market. 2024, Sony becomes a monopoly. Do they mean up a year? So 2024, Microsoft releases Xbox games, PlayStation making an exit to the hardware console market. Sony becomes a monopoly in the console game market. I don't know what they're saying. It doesn't make any sense. Going to be interesting to see how Microsoft frames this. No doubt it brings in more sales for these titles, but it's going to make those consoles more irrelevant than they already are. The inflection point will be the tentpole franchises, Halo, Gears, Forza, make it to platforms that aren't Windows or Xbox. When the PS6 sells for $1,000 because there's no competition, that is definitely a bad thing. Yeah, I think it's fair if they completely exit the console market. Already, it seems like PlayStation's totally unconcerned with Xbox, though. I think they could have launched the PlayStation 5 at $600, and even with the Series X at $5, I don't think it would have outsold the PlayStation. The Series S has been around as a cheaper version of the console that can play all the same games, granted at lower fidelity, but can still play all the games. And even then, they weren't able to outcompete the PlayStation 5. So I don't think PlayStation has been that concerned. And with a lot of this, like if they price it at $1,000, it might sell gangbusters. It might also not sell anything at all because people don't think it's worth that. The market will kind of adjust freely. I think more competition is better, but it's just been very clear that Xbox can't seemingly figure out how to make people buy their boxes. So they're trying something new. I like, if I were them, if I were running Xbox, what I would do is I would just ride this out for a couple of years and push for high Metacritic score games that are contenders for like Game of the Year, and give studios time and expertise and all that to polish up games, get them across the finish line, get them to journalists and get them hyped up. Do that. Then you'll start to see probably next generation the chance to find some traction gained and start to climb up the mountain a little bit, recapturing some of that market share. But I understand that that's like a 2, 3, 4 year process to try and dig themselves a little higher out of the pit they're in right now. And they might just not think that that is viable. They might be being told by executives and investors and stuff like, hey, no, you got to figure this out now, yesterday. So we just let you buy a company for $70 billion for your gaming division. And we're not seeing any record-breaking profits or anything. So what are we doing? What are we doing? You know? Fresh Killa, thank you also for the $4.99. My 2-year-old monitor just went out. But my HP monitor from 2009 is still working. LOL, just got an ultra-wide, but should I have got a curved? Depends on how big, honestly. If it's 27 inches or bigger diagonally, I think you do a curved. It'll just be easier on your eyes. If you do something 27 or less, I think flat is fine. But once you start going past a certain size, I do think that having it curved is nice. That's what she said. Okay, Dev, so calm down. Over 27, you want it curved. Oh man. So knowing that, why would Microsoft do a new Xbox? I think their current strategy suggests that they are, like they probably do sell a Game Pass / xCloud box. That's probably all digital for the next few rounds of hardware. I just think Xbox finally is at a point where they're like, hey, what we've been doing for years is not working. We are consistently losing this. We have to do something very different because they're not going to beat PlayStation at their own game. They just apparently can't do it. They've been trying for years and they can't do it. So, you know, even when they have studios that they give a lot of time, ridiculous amounts of time and tons of money, they release like Halo Infinite that does pretty well with reviews and then is like promptly forgotten and moved on from. Whereas PlayStation just casually drops like The Last of Us Part 2 and God of War Ragnarok and Spider-Man and like all of these Ghost of Tsushima, all these amazing games that people are still talking about today, years and years later. And they just do it like it's nothing. Like it's no big deal. You know? So they can keep Starfield. We don't want it. That's funny, Larry. That's why I actually don't think that it sells many copies if it goes to PlayStation, but especially because a lot of PlayStation fans were bashing on Starfield for a while, and so now that it would be coming to their platform, I don't think it would do that well. But it's just me. They just need to concentrate on making good games. The thing is, like, it's not like they've been trying to make bad games. Okay, it's like Starfield. They gave extra time, extra budgets. They gave apparently a bunch of Microsoft resources for polishing and QA. Like they gave Starfield every tool to be successful, and it still launched to mixed reviews. Like it's just frankly not that easy to make a Game of the Year contender. It's believe it or not, very difficult. So with this, it's just they've been trying for a long time and they just can't seemingly figure it out. And I think part of it is, you know, it's an age-old culture thing within PlayStation. They have very carefully calibrated and picked out which studios they want. And they have some amazingly talented leadership that knows a winner game when they see it. And they can offer feedback and tweak it and get it where it needs to be a Game of the Year contender. And I just don't think that Xbox has been able to establish the same kind of mid-level and upper-level management to spot those winners consistently. Stands up. I enjoyed Starfield. Oh, man. I just don't think they know what good games are. Phil thought Redfall was going to review in the 80s. I don't think it was just Phil. I think the whole of Xbox's leadership was apparently on board for that perception. They thought it was like high 80s, according to those emails. Like, I know he's a hardcore gamer. I don't think he's like play testing a ton of stuff. I think when one of his employees tells him, yeah, we're expecting this. We did some surveys. We think it reviews in the 80s. I think he honestly thought that that's what it was. And apparently with Redfall, there was all sorts of crap where like they did, what I think happened, and I don't recall what article or where this was. Let me see. Yeah, Redfall gameplay and impressions from Jack Frags. Oh man, look at this. Does this not just give you flashbacks? It's crazy. But with this, I think what was happening is that they were sending people to go and play test. And the play testers were going through and they asked them, what would you score this out of 10 if you had to review it today? And they were given small vertical sections like this to play and try. And then they were asked, what do you think of it? And then they would score it accordingly. And the studio was keeping the broken sections very, very well hidden. They were only showcasing the sections that were working properly, which were few and far between. And they also probably were telling the people reviewing this thing, like, hey, if you run across an AI bug or a pop-in bug and things like that, we have fixes in the works, so don't factor that into your score because our plan is to have all of that fixed by launch. So you won't have to worry about it. So then they go, okay, well, assuming the bugs are fixed, assuming it runs really good, assuming all of this other stuff that you've said you're going to take care of that you didn't end up taking care of, assuming all of that, then like an 8 out of 10. And honestly, like Redfall, if you look at the game and you're like, okay, without any technical issues, no bugs, if you have questing that actually works properly, if everything is working, it probably gets closer to like a 7 out of 10. It's fine, maybe even good, but it's pretty far off from that. I mean, to this day, it's still pretty broken. Even here, like in this preview event, you can see, look at the bicycle tire. They kind of keep it hidden, kind of tucked away, but you see that? That's closer to a triangle than it is to a circle. So, like, there's a lot of little stuff in here where they're doing preview events and tests and play tests and things, and they're asking people to just be like, okay, well, assuming that this figures itself out and that we fix these problems, what would you score it? And that's how I think they got at the 8 out of 10 number. They just didn't realize, I guess, what they'd actually be able to fix, or maybe right before launch they ended up with something that broke something else. Like it just seems like there was some issue with Redfall where they just had a series of things break and they couldn't figure out how to fix it before it was too late, unfortunately for them. But it's still kind of busted. It still is. One of my favorite things to do is go back and look at play tests and stuff. Redfall preview gameplay. Who had some funny Redfall gameplay? It would have been filters, upload date. It would have been like not 4 hours ago. Can I specify last year or something? Apparently I can't. I don't want like 3-day-old footage. Relevance. I played Redfall 10 months ago. I think Maddie had mixed feelings. Colt, I think... Was this one?
Dishonored or Prey. Let's talk about the visuals for just a second before we get into some of the meaty combat. The visuals of the game look like an in-between version of what you would normally expect from Arcane Studios, but with more realism, but it is definitely stylized. Looking at the characters, they look like they're sculpted out of clay with more realism.
With more real... I don't think you know what realism means.
But that aesthetic that you would get in a Dishonored game that looks like a pastel or a oil painting come to life has actually been changed into some type of high-end CGI stylized movie that you actually get to play. The Arcane team gave us a build where we started a few hours into the game with about 7 perk points to assign to our player. I was able to go into the menu and start assigning perks, but without the actual time to sit down and realize what some of these perks.
Let me see if I can find the clip. This was like... He had a couple of quotes in here that were unbelievable. Like there were some in here that was like, bro. Campaign, much to look forward to.
There is so much to look forward to, and like I said, I spent that whole time playing as Layla, and I didn't get to choose the other characters because I played the whole way. And talking to the other content creators, they loved the other characters they played at, so I don't think anybody made the wrong decision, and I can't wait for you to get hands-on with the game. If you end up enjoying this preview, let me know by liking and subscribing to the channel.
There was a lot here. There was a lot here. I remember, I don't know if it was this video or another one he did, but there was another one where it was like, yeah, it was pretty rough. It was pretty rough. there were a couple of things that he said where he's like, this game looks like it could be the Xbox console seller we've been waiting for, and things like that. And it was just so bad. Oh my god. I need to know who's watching Dreamcast guy. Who's doing that? I need to know. What was the Reforged thing you guys were saying about Suicide Squad? Is it funny at least? I don't want to do a 2.5 hour stream.
And what's up, fam? Hopefully your guys' New Year's is pretty good because mine's been, well...
Those two reasons are the fact that it will be a live service game, as well as the fact that the gameplay is gun-focused.
Okay, because I know how it's going to...
I don't know, I just wanted the clip. But I don't think this is it. I don't know. I don't have the patience. I don't think I can do it. I don't have the strength. Okay. Yeah, like, it's fine if people like Suicide Squad. That's fine. I don't care. But, like, there are certain things that I don't think you can argue without straight up just being delusional. Like, I don't think you can say that the game has a lot of content. It does not. It just doesn't. It is extremely repetitive. I don't think you can say it's a good value or that you should buy it at $70. I don't know how you could possibly say that. Like, there's so many little things that are just so plainly obvious to everybody that the second you try to deny them, it's like saying the sky is not blue. It's like, okay, you're starting to look a little silly, you know? Tomb Raider remasters. Yeah, when they come, I mean, I'll check them out. I'm excited. It's just, there's such a spectrum of remasters. Sometimes it's like little bitty improvements. It's like, oh, technically it looks better if you look at these 4 pixels. But then other times it's like, holy crap, that's not a remaster. That's something else. That's crazy. So it just kind of depends on like to what extent it goes. So it just depends. Helldivers 2. Yeah, I mean, I'll check out Helldivers 2. It seems like there's some interesting big encounters and stuff. I don't know if it's going to be like a super successful live service game, but it has the potential. It seems like there's probably more content there. But any one of these live service games that's just like the same 5 missions repeated over and over again, I just check out. I understand some people are able to tolerate more of that repetition. I just can't do it. I just can't do it. Larry, also, thank you for the 5. I think Xbox thought Todd Howard was Jesus, but it turns out he's Jesus. I think Todd has a lot of hype around him, but he has had a handful. I mean, it's basically been over a decade at this point since he had a universally acclaimed title, and he's had a lot of brand damage done in the interim. So I also think that their ways of making games worked in the 360 era, but in modern circles, they are stuck in some very, very outdated ways of doing things. And they've just refused to improve because their fans reward them for mediocre crap, and they seemingly don't think that the critiques are fair, so they just don't acknowledge them. Like Emil and Todd and those guys, they're very clear that they don't really dig into critical reviews or feedback. They try not to read any of that stuff because they're like, yo, you'll never please your haters. It's like, critics are not necessarily haters. Sometimes, sure. But if somebody is telling you, hey, I think that Starfield's constant load screens are a bad thing, if you just go, you're a hater, la, 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 you're not actually going to grow or change. Like, nothing's going to improve. You know, I just think that that's a bad thing. Shinobi, also, thank you for the $5 super chat. I hope Microsoft does send games to Sony just for Hellblade 2. Also hope they start sharing actual details soon. Yeah, they need to be more transparent. Absolutely. Absolutely. Fresh Killer also thank you for the $4.99. Oh, Luke, did you hear about Suicide Squad theories about the league? Want to know your thoughts? I don't think any of it really matters. I fully expect them to do some sort of BS where it's like it was all a dream, or Brainiac actually killed off versions of them from another dimension, because there was that whole thing where Flash had his pinky back in the cutscene after Boomerang cut it off. And that to me suggested that maybe it wasn't the same Flash. Maybe it was just an oversight, but to me it seemed like that was intentional. So at that point, I think it would make sense. Maybe it's healing, maybe it's regeneration, who knows? But it seemed like that could be a cool little plant to a potential narrative explanation that it, like, ooh, it was actually a different Flash. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if they did something like that. If they brought something back to be like, oh, it was all part of a dream.
Puzzler69 donated $3. Do you think the Blade game will be the game that can help the sales of Xbox?
I don't think so, no. I don't think, for one, Marvel franchises are as big as they were even 5 years ago. And we also have seen nothing about it, so we don't know what it looks like or if it could actually drive much attention to the console. So I don't think so. I know some people lost it when that Blade game was revealed. I don't see the mass market appeal yet. But maybe they showcase gameplay and it's like, holy crap, this is it. This is it. Like, they figured it out. But it concerns me that Arcane leadership, that I understand Arcane Lyon and Arcane Austin, two separate studios, but they're underneath Arcane executives that then are owned by Bethesda Softworks and then Xbox and everything else. And that Arcane leadership let Redfall happen. So I really question their ability to gauge quality. So I will believe it when I see it, and I'm going to wait until I see what they actually have before just assuming that things work great. You know, I would not put my eggs in that basket yet. Arcane leadership left after, well, there's always leadership. The core, like, original Arcane leadership left after 2. Sure, they but the point is, the guys that let Redfall happen are still there, and now they're in charge of this other team working on Blade. Maybe they were like, okay, this was the redheaded stepchild, so we're gonna kind of ignore it. Redfall was a mess. Oh, redheaded stepchild, Redfall. I didn't even realize I did that. But then over here is Blade. We're actually going to put effort into this. This is where we actually care about things, and we're going to make sure this works out. Maybe that's what it's going to be, but I'll believe it when I see it. You know, they're not entitled to my excitement after Redfall, even if it was a sister studio that blew that up. It's still under their corporate umbrella. And then T-Magic, thank you for the 2. Anyone find out what happened with Flash's thumb? I think the only explanation we came up with was that it was Brainiac is said to be able to heal and regenerate because he kind of healed up Superman after that initial thing with Wonder Woman. So I think the assumption was that it's probably regenerated, but I think it could be a cool, like, narrative thing to plant that it's actually a different Flash. I don't think that fixes anything, though. I think people are still pissed that they killed off Batman, full stop. And by the time that is revealed, I don't think anybody will really be caring or playing the game anymore. So I really would not put too much weight in it. This is interesting. This just popped up. Apparently there's a section from the commentary. This is from PGP.
Bleed. The greatness.
Yeah. Okay, let's see this. This seems interesting. Okay, so this is from, sorry, Jacob, news segment. This is from the commentary, or at least part of the remastered version's director's commentary of The Last of Us Part 2. And in this, Neil Druckmann's going to describe this scene in a little bit more detail. Let's just see what they say. Again, this is clipped from PGP on YouTube.
Oh,
This is the scene that everybody hates us for.
The great mislead.
The great mislead.
For those of you not familiar, this is something I've referenced a handful of times that makes me super uncomfortable. If you remember from the trailer that they dropped, maybe like 2018, 2019, somewhere in there, this clip was shown, and then the hand goes over Ellie's mouth, lifts off, she turns around and sees Joel, and she says, "What the hell are you doing here?" Turns out that's not actually what this is. The person behind her is Jesse. Now, they put that trailer out because they wanted you to believe that Joel was actually like still alive through the whole game. And so the whole time you're like, well, Joel goes to Seattle with her. So the speculation in the months leading up to the game, people thought that Joel was going to die. Even for years, people thought Joel was going to get killed off. So people were like, oh, well, he's in this trailer, so he must be there a little bit later in the game. And it was just a total, not even fake out. It was just a lie. So I've always felt weird about it. I understand why they did it, because they wanted you to not think that he was going to die. But it was still, like, it's still a lie. It's still misleading the customer. So even though there's a reason, it makes me uncomfortable.
Yep.
I guess maybe we should talk about that. When we released that first trailer for the game, a lot of people guessed that Joel was dead. And we were worried.
Because he walks in from like the big white background. Remember, he walks in the house and you think I'm going to let you do this yourself? And everybody's like, he's dead. He's dead. This is like her in a dream realm. That's what it is. Okay. That's it.
After that point, it'll be too obvious. So how can we throw them off the scent? And that's where we came up with the idea of swapping Joel and Jesse here, which I have mixed feelings about in hindsight. It got people excited about something that wasn't there. And, our motivation was in the right place of trying to protect the story, but didn't maybe think it through how it might upset some people.
I remember when that trailer came out, then everybody I knew assumed that then it meant I was going to die.
Right.
And
which then we just leaned into with other trailers.
Yeah. And everybody was like texting me being like, oh my God, you die. Like, and they were like, it's so embarrassing for you. I was like, what? Wait, I can't say anything. And I was just like, lol. LOL.
Shannon? Who's Shannon? Who did she play? Is that Dina? Is that Dina? I don't recall the name of the actress. I do remember people thinking that as well, so I guess that would make sense. Yeah, she played Dina. Okay. Maybe I think everybody just assumed, like, in the lead up to, don't look at me like that, Ellie. Like, she's staring me down. What? Calm down. I think everybody just assumed that there was going to be like a couple of characters killed off, because Neil said in the lead up to the game, he was like, The Last of Us Part 1, he just called it at that point, it was The Last of Us was about love. This game is about hate. So everybody's like, okay, how do you have a game about hate without somebody you care about dying? Like, there's got to be somebody killed off. So there was speculation that Dina was going to get killed off, like, right away. I remember reading one, like, I don't know if it was a Reddit post or just a YouTube comment, I don't know, but I remember the lead up before the game came out. The theory was that Dina was going to die early on, killed off by some other faction or something. And then Ellie and Joel would go to wherever the game was going to be, in this case, Seattle, and try to hunt down her killers. And that's why you saw Joel with her. And maybe in the process of that, Joel also dies. But the thought was that the very first, like, trigger for the story would be Dina's death. And Dina, being Ellie's girlfriend, would cause some sort of emotional push for that to happen. So I remember that being a thing for sure.
Oh, meanwhile, I think when the trailer came out, we were in the studio that day. We were doing VO, and so we were like watching all the, and I was like, yeah, uh-oh.
I also like that we get to establish, Jesse's in charge, but we never get to see why. Why is this guy so good at what he does? And now we get to see it and get to experience it in gameplay.
Okay.
You ready?
Yeah.
That's interesting. Who knew? Yeah, I got to go through the whole game with the commentary. I really got to do it. Oh, and he explains the ending?
Originally, the house was fully empty.
Spoiler alert. Spoiler alert.
And there was a concern, I think, that we had that it's going to feel like something bad happened to Dina, and we don't want to make it feel like it's...
Right.
That's the thought in her head. It's more, Dina has made that choice to move back.
If she had to move back too, she couldn't stay there alone with a baby. It was too dangerous.
But I do think there's something poetic in, like, she didn't take Ellie's things with her.
Yeah.
There wasn't a, I'm waiting for
I'm
you, I'm
leaving
going
this
to build a home.
behind.
It's I'm letting this, I'm
Letting it
letting
go.
this die, yeah, here. And I'm going to let everything rot for you.
Yeah. Idiot. I don't. It was really hard to feel bad for Ellie after all of this, and then she's got her little stumps here, and she can't play the guitar quite right. So it's like even the last thing she had of Joel, she now cannot enjoy because of her choices and actions. I thought that was a good touch, that having lost those fingers, now this thing is permanently altered and she can't connect with Joel in the same way because of her choices.
Well, that's really bleak.
Stump strumming.
Yeah, we wanted to create a metaphor for the unintended consequences of pursuing justice at any cost. And here we get to feel it of this song that means so much to Ellie, she just can't play it anymore. Also interesting thinking about Joel's headspace right now, like just been humiliated by Ellie in front of everyone. Who knows what's going through his head, but for me, sometimes when I get just filled with anxiety, it's guitar. It's just sitting down and just jamming and just...
Yeah, not even playing a song, just playing through something.
Just play. Let the music
and
take
we've
you.
had this scene at different spots of the game.
Do you think Ellie goes to find Dina? Well, I mean, I think she would naturally go back to Jackson, at least to check in. She traveled all that way anyways. So I think she probably goes back. I don't know if she actually, like, I doubt she ends up living there again. Maybe she does, because it would be kind of stupid not to, personally. But it might be really tough to be, like, back there with Dina there. Maybe Dina accepts her back. Like, but this is the nice thing about leaving a story unanswered with those endings open, is that you can kind of fill in the gaps yourself. You can speculate, you can think, and whichever version of the story you would almost prefer to land on, you can settle on, and they don't need to answer it. You can just kind of fill in the gaps as you wish. Where sometimes when all of those questions are answered, it leaves you more frustrated than if you didn't know the answer.
Until we finally landed, it's this final moment.
Yeah, I think originally we were going to put it before the midpoint showdown of the game.
Right. Oh, it plays so much better at the end.
Yeah, no, now you can't imagine it anywhere else once it's here.
It's cliche if she goes back to Dina. Well, I just mean, like, if they ended up happily ever after, yeah, it'd be cliche. This is why, like, if they were to do a part 3 where she ends up back with Dina and everything's happily ever after, I'm not sure if that's a true to the Last of Us world ending. So I agree, like, it would be too cliche. That's why leaving it unanswered might be the better option.
Traded his soul for coffee.
Where'd you get that?
Those people that came through last week.
I would do the
A little
same.
embarrassed as to what I had to trade.
This is the most Ashley has ever pushed back on a scene.
Wait, really?
Which this was because originally it was written that they hug at the end of this scene, and you're like, I don't know if they would. I'm not sure like we could get all the way there. You were a sport about it, and we did 2 versions, one with a hug, one without a hug, and they were both very, very good. But ultimately, you were right. They're starting to forgive each other, but they're not fully there. Ultimately, makes it more tragic.
Yeah. I think that's why she goes on this journey, because it's just like it was never solved. our relationship was never fixed.
Dina. Is she your girlfriend?
No.
Oh, and real quick, we can't have slurs like that, guys, in the chat. I don't know why the term is not already banned, but we can't have slurs like that in the chat. Come on, guys.
Oh, that was just one kiss. It doesn't mean anything. I don't know why she did that.
But you do like her.
They just have like a father-daughter moment. Just this exchange about this crush that she has on this other girl, and Joel telling her like she would be lucky to have you. Again, he has unconditional love for Ellie, and that's what drives her mad. It'd be so much easier if he was just a complete piece of shit.
Oh yeah.
Then you could just forget about him.
Yeah.
But you can't.
I mean, that's what's hard. I mean, she knows that he cares, and she knows that he does love her. I was supposed to die in that hospital.
I also love that you
My life
bring
doesn't
it back
fucking
to
matter.
we're talking around the thing that we need to talk about.
You took that from
And
me.
you doing all of these gestures to try to make it better is not what I want. I'm going to bring it back to what the issue is, and that's I should have died in that hospital.
I also love watching. When do you both decide to make eye contact?
Oh, right, interesting.
And it's like right here for I watch at the end of this statement for emphasis. All eye contact. Because I am dead serious. I don't care the cost. I would do it all over again, even if it means I'd lose you.
There is something to be said for your writing in this, which is I would do it all over again, and I would do it all over again. Walk the knife's edge of meaning, because there's one that is repentant and there is one that is resolute.
I don't think I can ever forgive you for that.
Like this false moment, I can never forgive you for that. And he's ready to accept it.
I do love that they give it the pause. And he's like, okay, if all of this is like, has led us to this point, and I'm going to lose you as a result. Okay. And then she gets to resolve it.
And then he's almost on, but I'd like to try. And then I think the water works for everyone.
Yeah.
Just start right here. We did a lot of work of just writing these scenes and not being heavy-handed to talk about theme, but there is something about just the placement of the scene here. And it's a scene about getting over some horrible transgression that one feels, because there's other things that are worthwhile in this world than just kind of living in this resentment, next to the moment where Ellie decides to let Abby go. And whether she fully forgives her or not almost doesn't even matter. It's just she knows there's other things in life that are more worth putting your focus on. It's interesting seeing since the game has come out. It's been out for a few years now. How many different interpretations there are for the sleeving of the guitar here. Whether it's she's fully forgiven Joel, or whether she's fully forgiven Abby, or whether she's willing to move on, or whether she just doesn't want to be under Joel's shadows anymore. And when people always I don't know if you get this often, people often come to me and they want the answer. They're like, which one is it?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, it's all those things. It's all those things in some way. Like, people's minds are so complicated.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's what we've been talking about with grief and how that can sort of manifest in somebody.
I'll caveat by saying this is my own interpretation. And it doesn't mean that it's right. It's just mine. But sometimes you have so many triggers for trauma that you just need to let anything that might trigger you, you just have to let it go and start over.
I mean, how I felt in that moment of, it's easier just to not get close to people.
We know when we were writing this, we had so many conversations about leaving it on a hopeful note. And even though it's very dark, I do find it to be a hopeful note. It's left with that question of once you've committed all these atrocities yourself, can you come back from that? And we saw that Joel was able to. And then maybe Ellie could as well.
I remember, so this apparently, you remember Haley Gross? She's in the documentary as well. But Haley, as like the co-writer for all of this, she's apparently the one that put a lot of the like romance and sex scenes and stuff in the game. She pushed for all that because Neil was uncomfortable with it, so she did it. And Neil was very weirded out and did not expect the negative response to these sequences. I think like the Abby sex scene just comes out of absolutely nowhere, so it's just really like, what? I understand in the context of like all of that. It's like, oh, high emotion, high intensity. They just chose to like express themselves. That sounds particularly gross, but they choose to express themselves in this way. So I understand that like how they could arrive at the conclusion that maybe they should have Owen and Abby go for it in that moment. But I think in the context of the story and the pacing of the story and everything that's happening at that point as things are clipping along, it feels very shocking and jarring. Little bit out of nowhere. Yeah, a little bit out of nowhere. At least like the Ellie and Dina one, it feels like it built to it. Like it made sense. It kind of built up to that point. So I can like appreciate it. Whereas like all of this stuff is just the Abby one is just like, what? What? Yeah. This top comment. Ellie left the house and left the guitar behind to find a left-handed guitar. Yeah, kind of probably. I think it's also it's interesting. Oops, I pressed the wrong button. So Firefly. So to be clear, this is not a Firefly on the guitar. I know some people have said it is, but it's not technically a Firefly. It's like a moth. I forget the name of the kind of moth, but it's a type of moth. And this is the symbol for the Fireflies, right?
The Gum Cuzzler 69 donated $3. Do you think part 3 will shadow part 1? Ellie trying to protect a kid like Joel did with Ellie.
Maybe like an older Ellie, that could be interesting. Like a 40, 50-year-old Ellie trying to do something. Maybe she comes across another kid, and then it kind of comes full circle with her making similar decisions to Joel. It could be tough to write that without it just coming across as totally contrived and like, yeah, we wrote this where it's just the first game, but with Ellie now. So it would be tough to write. They'd have to find a more interesting way of doing it than just a straight 1-to-1. But I do think thematically that could be cool. And I do think a great way to settle the fan base would be to give Ellie some sort of redemption. But they might not want to do that. And I get that. Gum Cuzzler, it's because he's very generous. Gum has tipped many times, and I'm very thankful for that. Very, very generous individual. So I guess I'm just used to the name now, so it doesn't strike me out of nowhere, you know. Ellie was 19 in The Last of Us 2. Her being 25 and taking care of a kid could be cool. Yeah, it could work. I just think like it could be interesting to see Ellie after another 20 years. Because like Joel got 20 years after his trauma before we got like the full game with him for his kind of redemption arc. And then Ellie, at this point, we haven't really had that. So it could be interesting to see how Ellie kind of sits with all of this stuff for 20 years or 10 years or whatever after the events of The Last of Us Part 2. That could be interesting. So I don't know. I think Tommy DLC could come before Part 3. Maybe not a DLC, but like, I think I know what you mean. Like if they do a sort of Miles Morales type game or a Lost Legacy game with Tommy, I do think that could be really cool. Just a smaller project. It's like 10, 15 hours long, and it's just Tommy, and maybe even Joel is there, and it's just like some fan service. I think at this point we just need a little bit of fan service to make them happy. I think that's what you need to win back some of the fans. Be like, listen, we still care about these characters. We understand a lot of people were very upset by how all of this stuff happened, but we just need a little bit, a little something. But yeah, some people have said that this is a Firefly. That's wrong. It's not a Firefly. It's a moth. But this is the Firefly logo. I always thought like it was kind of a vague connection where I could also see it be like, it's not a Firefly, but it's visually kind of similar. So pairing it with the guitar, with Joel's object being left behind, also something vaguely reminiscent of a Firefly logo. I always thought it was like symbolic of her leaving all of that behind, not just Joel and then his guitar and those items and all of her stuff, but also this like vague allusion to the Fireflies, and leaving behind everything that brought. Is it a stretch? Yes. That's the great thing about art, is that there's no way to be wrong. No matter how wrong you are, you can still be right, because there's no right answer. It's all made up. Art. I'd love to see what Tommy and Joel got up to after the death of Sarah. Oh, dude, it could be another like emotional trudge of Joel just being a total wreck for an extended period. That, I mean, it might honestly not be that entertaining or interesting. It could just be a nightmare, but yeah. Okay. Well, fam, I just got an email I have to respond to. Crap. Okay. So yeah, I've got to dig back into this. So I will call it there. I wanted to go for another couple hours, but I've got to deal with this real quick because it's pressing. So I've got to deal with that. But thank you everybody for hanging out. Thanks for everybody watching and everything. You guys are fantastic. I love you all dearly. Very, very generous contributions today. You guys are ridiculous. And then also all the new followers, subscribers, everything. You guys are fantastic. And I love you. When you're lost in the darkness, look for the light. Moths go after the light. I think that's the connection here. That's interesting, Maddie. So it's like when you're lost in the darkness, look for the light. So the moth, as she walks off, it's like reminding you that she's walking towards the light. I like that. That could work. That could work. I like that. I like that. That's not bad. But okay, sweet. That's cool. That's cool. Next one tomorrow. What day is tomorrow? Tuesday. Yeah. Potentially. I have to see. I have something scheduled that I'm going to try to rearrange, but I do hope to go live tomorrow. But anyway, I'll see you guys soon. Stay safe. Much love. I'll see you in the next one. Hugs and kisses.